Good morning. If everyone could take their seats, we'll get started. I want to welcome everybody to the August 8th Board of Commission work session. And we're going to go ahead and get started with Tampa Bay Water.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Chuck, just before we do this, I'm sorry, I apologize I do have to do one bit of business before you get started. Brian Scott is going to be joining us by Zoom, and to allow him to participate, we got a motion by Commissioner Flowers, a second by Commissioner Justice. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great. Do you want to?
Just kidding, Brian.
Brian, welcome, and you are officially joining us. Sometimes when we have a presentation, I can't see your hand up. So what I'm going to ask you to do is, when there's a break, if you have a question, just interrupt me if I don't call on you.
Will do.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Chuck. Apologize for that.
No problem. Well, good morning. I just want to introduce myself to you. For those of you who may not know, I'm Chuck Carden. I'm the General Manager of Tampa Bay Water, which is your regional water supply wholesaler. I did want to spend a few moments giving you an update on some of our recent activities and answering any questions you may have. As you know, Commissioner Eggers and Commissioner Scott serve on our board of directors on behalf of Pinellas County, and they are two of my 9 bosses. Since my last update last year, we've been working hard to address the new water quality parameters, to address the region's short-term water needs, and also look at the longer-term growth and the longer-term needs of the region. These efforts and others help us to achieve our mission of providing reliably safe, high-quality water to our members 24 hours, 7 days a week. This graph represents the total amount of water that we've delivered last year versus this year through, the chart shows May 31st, but this is, the update is through July. 201.42 million should be the blue bar now. That's a May number. But what you're seeing there is that's very close to the same period last year. We've almost taken the exact same amount of water as last year, and you could question, well, how can you do that with all the new growth and the drought that we've been through since last year? So a couple things. The Southwest Florida Water Management District enacted a 1-day-a-week watering restriction, and that has been a tremendous help to keeping the demands down, and it's allowed us to reduce having to use our reservoir, which holds up to 15.5 billion gallons when it's full. And you can see on the pictures on the left, that's the reservoir, pretty recent, and you can see it's pretty low. We actually got down to 2.3 billion gallons in June, which is out of 15, that's very low. And we generally have been starting the refill in June, but that didn't happen. The rains were kind of held off on us until recently. The 1-day restriction that I spoke about is currently in effect through September 1st of this year, but it could be extended through December 31st, and it would continue to help us keep the reservoir levels up as we try to fill it to the 15 billion gallons in the next 2 months. So that is the main focus for us right now, is trying to refill the reservoir. Right now, with the tropical storm Debbie that we got tremendously good rains for us. I know there's some flooding for others, but we have been harvesting about 200 million gallons a day, which is the maximum capacity we can put in that from our river system, the Alafia River and the TBC, the Tampa Bypass Canal. So we were at 2.3 in June. Monday, August 2nd, I believe we were at 3.7, and we are approaching 5.5 billion gallons since then. And we continue to put 200 million gallons in a day, and I hope that continues for a long time. The desal plant, I also want to let you know, is scheduled to be online October of this year. It'll start up at 12 million gallons a day. It can go to 20 million gallons a day, but they have to do some repair work. We actually shut down the plant last October, And they're coming up on phase 1 completion, and so October 1 we'll get 12 million gallons available, and by December we'll have the full capacity of the plant, which will be a tremendous help into the next water year. Regardless of the source we use, either groundwater, the desal water, or the surface water, our water meets or surpasses all our drinking water standards. And we're taking steps to ensure that we keep pace with the new water quality standards. And speaking of water quality, new regulations came out for 6 of the what they call PFAS, which is polyfluoroalkyl substances. They're also known as forever chemicals. They are found in everyday products that we use. These new regulations are in effect now. They were effective in June. And the compliance to be under the new 4 parts per trillion parameter is 5 years. So everybody has till 2029 to be under those new numbers. But before that, we started last year sampling, a quarterly sampling of all of our water sources, along with the member governments. So we did, before we deliver it to all our members, and the members did it after we gave it to them through their plants. And so we did find one compound that was slightly above the 4, and you can see on that map, I think it's in red. There's 3 wells in Brandon that we service, and they're slightly over the limit. But we do deliver this water to a treatment plant in Hillsborough, the Lithia treatment plant. And once it's blended and comes through that plant, the numbers are below that new 4.0 parts per trillion before it goes to any of the residents' houses. We did hire a consultant to look at our sampling numbers, and they are going to be working on a report that I hope to bring back to our board later this fall or early spring with recommendations on what are we going to do with the PFAS. Do we need to treat it, and where? And also looking at total organic carbon removal, which is another thing that the members have asked us to do. So this fall or early spring, we'll be talking about some water quality projects. Beyond water quality, we also are focusing on increasing the quantity that we need. And so we have 2 major projects that are going on that we know will be online by 2028. We are expanding our surface water treatment plant up to about 10 to 12 million gallons a day is what we're doing. It's about a $180 million project, and we are scheduled to be done by 27, 28, right there at the end of that fiscal year. And at the same time, we're also designing a new South Hillsborough pipeline. And this is a 26-mile pipeline that will carry up to 65 million gallons a day to a new point of connection down in southern Hillsborough County. That is showing there on the graph, the blue line is the entire pipeline. So it's broken into 2 segments of the 26 miles. Segment A, Tampa Bay Water's paying for, and segment B is Hillsborough County's responsibility. And so we are getting substantial help from the district, Southwest Florida Water Management. They are pledging $148 million to help us with segment A, and they're pledging $99 million in grants for segment B. That pipeline is scheduled to be online as well in 2028. But the growth that we've been seeing over the last several years means that we need to continue to look for new supplies. So I'm turning to the 2033 through 2043 timeframe. We're looking at that. And so what our demand projections show that we'll need between 10 and 15 million gallons of new water by the year 2033. And then over the next 10 years, we'll need 25 million gallons. So that would be the year 2043. So in November, we finished our study of the master water plan. We do that in a 5-year cycle. And the board took 7 projects and asked us to look at them further through feasibility. So the map there shows the projects, the 7 projects. They're ordered from north to south. And you can see they are spatially diverse, but they also have different supplies. There is some fresh groundwater, there's brackish groundwater, surface water, and there's also more seawater desal. We have started the studies on these projects, and once we're done with the studies, any of the projects that are shown to be technically feasible, environmentally sound, and economical, We'll be bringing them back to our board in the year 2027, and they will be selecting one or a variety of them together to meet that demands through the future. We also conduct system hydraulic and emergency scenario studies. We do this officially, formally every 10 years. And so this study is, we address the potential capacity issues with the existing facilities and our pipelines. We also always try to enhance our reliability and our resiliency to maintain our level of service goals. We collaborate with our members to seek agreement on these goals, and we all try to integrate any future water supplies into our existing system. We recently kicked off the project renewal this year, and so we presented to all of our utility director members, and we've also met one-on-one with the Pinellas County and St. Petersburg utility staff separately. So the update is to be completed in 2025. And that was a quick update, and we're very busy right now at Tampa Bay Water, and we are committed to serving the community every day. I'd be very happy to take any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions or comments? Charlie, Commissioner Justice, I apologize.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, good to see you. Talking about the PFAS and the treatment, is that an actual removal of those chemicals when you treat it, or is it simply a dissolving it when you're putting it with other water that's not as heavy with it,
Yeah,
lack of a better word?
The treatment is ion exchange or granular activated carbon, which is a removal.
Okay.
It's a complete removal.
And we are the 4.0 is well, I forget, when was the deadline for us to meet those?
2029, every utility in the United States has to be under the 4 parts per trillion on an annual basis, average basis.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Any other, Commissioner Flowers? And by the way, the PFAS is a forever chemical. You can't dissolve it.
No, but when we were talking about bringing it with other water that didn't have the same levels, it
Yeah,
lowered the
I know.
levels, so-
I know. It's not like you can dissolve it. You can dilute it, but you can't dissolve it.
That was the word I was looking for.
Thank you. Commissioner Flowers, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Second of all, I'm really glad to see the desal plant coming online. I recall when we were even talking about the removal of salt content to make water viable for human consumption. So we've come a long, long way from those general discussions to now being able to actually include larger portions of that into the overall water supply. So I just wanted to say thank you so very much for the work that you're doing. Commissioner Eggers always gives us an update, you know, about what's going on with you guys and what you're talking about and the water distribution. So I'm just really excited to see what you all are doing to try to move that forward and make sure that we're looking at all possibilities for water consumption. I'm still not sold on toilet to tap, but I will say thank you so very much for what you're doing. It's not an easy job, and we are a growing community, and so having to disperse equitably as we grow and as persons move into our communities and the demand increases, I think you guys are doing a good job. So it's always good to let people know how you feel about them. So thank you so much.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a couple things real quick. I really appreciate the efforts that go into the planning. I mean, this is we have a 6-year CIP here. Well, we'd be out of business if we were doing 6-year looks. So we're doing 10-year, 20-year, 30-year looks and trying to come up with water supply projects. As we said, we've got one that's going to be online in 2028. We have another one we're working on for 2033, and probably there'll be a third one that'll be ready for 2043. And it's just, it is about the growth in the area, growth in Pasco County, growth in South Hillsborough for sure. And, but the staff that we have has been unbelievable. Long tenured and bringing in new people like Paul over here. So good working folks and the growth of the community and that kind of thing. And I just add one thing that we have Hillsborough County, we have Pasco County, we have Pinellas County, all in the same sandbox and all playing together most of the time. Every once in a while we have a few little kerfuffles or tiffs, but at the end of the day, you know, it gets back to that work that you all did in the year 2000 about turf wars and water wars and all of that were going on, and bringing it all together in a cohesive manner, working together through problems and issues and challenges. But I think the thing on the PFAS is that the water that's being delivered to our public now has the PFAS is at levels lower than what is going to be required in 5 years already. What we're talking about is bringing in some additional processes that get rid of organic carbons, that get rid of more of the PFAS. So that's pretty amazing, because there are places all over the state, mostly all over the country, that are way above those numbers and have a big challenge getting there. We're already there and working harder to make sure that we get what's left out and other things out of our water. So anyway, great job. Really appreciate all the work and have enjoyed working with you over the years. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate
We'll
you
see
coming.
next year, if all my bosses say I can come back next year. So thank you.
See you later, Chuck.
Okay, we're going to move on to the AMI meter install project.
So Nori Hancock's coming up. She's the deputy director. Jeremy's out on vacation this week prior to school starting, so I wanted to introduce her. She's been in her position about a year, and so she's the number 2 person out at Utilities, and she's going to provide an update on the AMI project, and you can, any questions you have. So, all right, you're on.
Thanks. All right, good morning, commissioners. Nori Hancock, I am the Utilities Deputy Director for the last 3 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Okay.
So I'm here today to provide a project update on the Advanced Metering Infrastructure Project, also known as AMI project. So throughout the presentation, I will be using the term AMI a lot. So as a recap, AMI provides 3 types of benefits, starting from the left of the screen. Cost benefits includes reduction of lost revenues by recording accurate water use. AMI meters also send alarms when unusual water use is detected, resulting in water leak identification and resolution efficiently. The electronic meters eliminate the manual processes of meter readings, which are very labor intensive. As a result, fewer trucks are required, providing cost savings in fuel, insurance, truck maintenance, so less oil changes, less tire replacements. Moving to the center of the screen, some of the operational benefits are the ability to collect water use remotely. These provide real-time data management, facilitating on-demand data and historical trends analysis to better serve our customers. Last, a customer web portal is available for education and businesses. I will discuss in more detail the customer portal later. To the right of the screen, the environmental benefits are listed. Some of these benefits include the reduction of carbon dioxide emissions and advanced water use monitoring to support the water conservation practices. As mentioned earlier, the AMI project was paired with a new web customer portal that launched in June of last year, 2023. The portal provides customers with the ability to better manage water use. The modernized portal includes many enhanced features. First, the portal includes a multi-factor authentication system to ensure the security of our customers' accounts and personal information. Second, the portal offers the option for customers to set up their language of preference within the application. Right now, the offer languages are English, Spanish, and Vietnamese. Last, self-service requests can be completed in the portal. So these eliminate the phone calls, waiting on the line to request water services. Some of these services that they can do on the portal are requests for new accounts, disconnections. In addition, a new payment system was successfully integrated to the new customer portal. Before, customers were required to use two separate systems, one for all the account information and a second system just for payment processing. The integration now gives the customers a one-stop for all services. So the new payment system accepts multiple electronic forms of payments. Some of those are shown here, but customers are now able to pay the water bill using credit card, PayPal, Venmo, et cetera.
So Commissioners, you received a couple of complaints on this. I didn't actually call in and complain, but I did to Jeremy on my own bill. So there's some hiccups with the conversions and stuff. Nobody's getting their water turned off if they get a notice saying that, you've got to convert, because they're going through a breathing process. I just want you to know he's aware of it. He received the same notice for his own water thing. And what it did is it had a problem with converting the old. They said you got to come into the new system and reestablish an account, but there's really not a link to it. So far, my water's still working. So there's some integration issues. I just want you to know if you get complaints, he's aware of it. They're reaching out to customers, and they're resolving that conversion. So it's not completely seamless, but they're getting there.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Barry, how long do they anticipate that full integration taking place?
Well, I'll turn it back to you guys. I'm not sure on this, because the notice that went out, it may just be the notice. The notice went out and said, basically, you got to reestablish your account. Like for me, I went in to reestablish my account, as the letter said, but there's no place for me to put that in, and it still deducted, my annual charge. There's only about 4,000 out of all their customers that are on the automatic deduction, which we really should get that up. It's a lot easier, right? But so there's a relatively small amount that have that, but it was them that got the notice, but I haven't even figured out how to get into that. So there's a few challenges, but if you get it, again, Jeremy's aware of it. I mean, Nori can certainly speak to it, but I'm not sure what the fix is at this point. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. So we are working on those challenges. Technology, it's a beautiful thing, but sometimes it doesn't work in your favor. So we are aware, to Barry's point, there is about 4,000 customers that were affected. It's specific to the auto payment feature. So we are aware, again, the automatic disconnection notice are set up and sent by our system. We are not going to disconnect customers due to these because we are aware. So our team is working on it. I don't have a date. Isaiah, if you want to come up.
What we should have done is we should have put into the RFP the requirement for conversion of existing accounts over to the new account, okay? That wasn't part of the RFP for whatever reason. And so now we've got to work with the customers on that conversion. But that's what we should have done, and we didn't.
Good morning, Commissioners. Isaiah Jackson, Business Customer Services Division Director. The reason the information will not transfer over is because of payment card industry requirements to protect the customer's data. One vendor did not want to share the complete credit card data for a customer with another because of the cross portal. So we were not able to actually execute that transition of auto pay data because it includes the entire credit card information, the customer's private, personal financials. So the vendors will not allow that because of the payment card industry requirement that's in place. So we are working diligently with each one of those customers to get them into the new system on auto pay. We're to Barry's point, we're protecting their accounts. We're doing outreach for every customer that's involved. And actually, it's a little bit more than 4,000. It's about 5,500 that we've identified. So we are working diligently with them to get them in place. Another complaint that we've been getting is the fact that the new system breaks out the convenience fee from the actual revenue that's due to Pinellas County. That's been confusing some folks. That's because of an IG requirement that we have in place. We identify the revenue going directly to our GL account. Commissioner Eckers can vouch for that. I know he knows about financials. But the amount that goes to the customer or the vendor, that's separate. That goes directly to them. But we are working to get that amount together as far as what the customer sees to make it simplified for them. But on the back end, it still breaks it out because that's two separate fees that goes out. So just wanted to address that.
Yeah, and she's given a presentation and it's all good on the screen, but then when you get a complaint, I want to recognize when we have issues, right? And so I just wanted to call that out. So thank you for explaining that.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Oh, Brian, I'm sorry, Commissioner Scott. I see your hand
Thank you very
now.
much. Do the new meters, I mean, they're reporting water usage back to Pinellas County Utilities. So do they present any kind of cybersecurity risk that we need to address?
No, they don't represent those having account for as part of this integration of all the various softwares that are involved with.
So how do they get secured from a cybersecurity standpoint? I mean, I'm just thinking, are they like an open port on a network where somebody could potentially hack them?
I don't have the answer to that, but I do have my contractor. Our contractor is here, Badger Meters, and he will address that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Williamson. I'm with Badger Meter, and I'm part of your account management team for Pinellas County. In regards to security standards and cybersecurity and things of those natures, Badger Meter does incorporate into a ISO certification and SOC certifications. I'd be glad to pass along those more detailed items. I know we responded in the RFP with those, but I can provide more details on that. But there is a rigorous process that we have to go through from multiple layers, not only from the actual technology and encrypting it from the meter all the way through the cellular networks up into the cloud, which is the platform which the operations team uses. Also, we have processes and things of that nature and storing the data and even education down to the staff of Badger Meter and working with data and in keeping it encrypted and secured. So if there's more details that you'd like, we can certainly provide that. And I can provide that to Noreen. Yep.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, you can continue.
Thank you. All right, continuing with the a few more items on the customer portals. The portal contains multiple videos and tips on ways to save water and money. So, for example, videos on tips on how to fix a leaking shower head, a leaking toilet, and a defective irrigation system. The portal also includes links to rebate opportunities like the Tampa Bay Water-Wise rebate program. All right, getting into more details on the project. The slide shows the total meter installation through April of this year. However, I am happy to provide more recent data from last week that our contractor shared with us. So overall, we have installed 34% of the total meters on the contract. Specifically, reclaim meters are on schedule for completion by October of this year. So all reclaimed water meters will be in the ground by October. So we have currently 12,000 reclaimed water meters installed and about 1,700 remaining. On the potable water, we have 29,000 meters installed, and we still have 84,300 meters remaining. So overall, the project is on schedule for completion by October 2026. On the budget or financial side of things, this graph shows that the contract awarded by you was for a total of $62 million, almost 63. And again, the red bar, it's the actual spend through April of this year. We are about 24% spent of the budget, and that's roughly $15 million. All right, so the project has been successful in overcoming some challenging installation site conditions. Shown in here are some of the hurdles that we are encountered. So just to walk you through, the left photo shows a meter where landscape has been planted over the box. So when we are out there, our contractors out there, they need to remove some of these vegetations to get access to the meter and be able to replace it. The center photo displays a replacement in a briquette driveway, a little more complexities with that replacement. The top right photo shows a heavily rooted meter box. Last, the bottom right photo, it's a meter located in a paver driveway. So we have been, again, successful, the team, Pinellas County Utilities team, the contractor, to work together and address all these challenges.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Yes.
Commissioner Hager.
So we have two different kinds of meters that are being put in, and we go to a home. Are you doing, when you go to that home, are you doing both meters at the same time?
Yes,
Okay, so
the
you're only-
potable and reclaim, yes.
And replacement of meters is one thing, that's on the water side. The establishment of meters on the reclaim side, are these the challenges for both that you're seeing, or are these mostly water that you're talking about?
So if the customer is a reclaimed water customer as well, yes, we are facing with these challenges. Some of these pavers have been installed in the right of way where the meter was there originally, so we are working through those. So sometimes we gotta skip that residential and come back. We gotta have a better plan for how we're gonna address that, but yes.
So aside from billing and aside from some of these challenges, what other issues are you hearing from residents on this conversion of the water meters and then the establishment of the reclaim meters? Because it's been kind of free reign on the reclaim side. It's now being brought under. So what kind of challenges operationally or from a consumer use standpoint are you hearing from our residents?
So we have been hearing, it's only a handful of them, but there have been some concerns with the radio frequency, since these meters sends radio frequencies to send the data, the water data, and some customers do have concerns about that. We have been communicating with them, provide documentation from our contractor and manufacturer of the meters that they should be, the radio frequencies that these meters sends are very low, not impactful. However, at this time, we are not installing the meter, those that have expressed those concerns, especially on the portable meters. We skipping them right now. The team is working on an opt-out policy for only potable water meters. That's something is on the work, and we'll be coming back to you with that policy and what that means.
No option on the reclaim side.
There's no option on the reclaim. Potable water is essential for living, but reclaim is not. So if you are a reclaimed water customer, you are getting a meter.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, you could finish.
More questions? Okay. Thanks. All right. So other challenges, relocations. Through the AMI project, we have been able to solve other non-problems. For example, 52 meters in specifically Kenneth City that were previously located adjacent to the residential property were relocated to the right-of-way where they should have been from the beginning. And the photos here shows the before and after the relocation. I think it is important to mention that with these meter relocations in Kenneth City, these 52 specific properties, the customers have a new water service line to the properties as well that we have provided for them. All right. The AMI project team has been also able to provide needed data to support compliance with the lead and copper revised rule. Historically, Pinellas County Utilities has not had any issues with lead and copper due to the use of corrosion inhibitors in the drinking water system, keeping lead and copper concentrations well within regulations. However, EPA has recently issued a new lead and copper rule revision that requires additional data collection and follow-up with our customers. So we are utilizing the AMI project to more efficiently capture some of this data, specifically identifying pipe materials on both sides of the meter. So when we go out there and are replacing the meters, we are identifying what kind of pipe material the customer side has and the public side and recording that. That is part of the requirements for the new lead and copper rule, revised rule. So far, again, we have completed 29,000 installations, so we have been able to identify 29,000 county and customer side pipe materials. In addition, the department is working on a forward-facing public website so that the public can participate in the data collection process. So if you are having are remodeling or installing a new water service line, you can now, well, not now, but soon, report that to us and help us in the data collection. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a map that will include the location of each customer along with the associated pipe materials that we have in record, and they can help us if that had changed, then we can update. So this site and map will be launched well before the lead and copper revised rule deadline, which is October 16 of this year. So we are really close. So our communications team will be preparing customers' notifications so that they will be aware of this new tool that is coming soon. All right. And with that, that's the end of my presentation this morning. I'm happy to answer questions.
Commissioner Flowers.
Good morning, thank you, and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I'm really excited that we're moving forward and we see the progress. We've been talking about the metering program for a while. You all may have covered this already in acknowledging the concern with residents receiving bills about their water being disconnected. So if someone does receive that notice, they will be, I'm just asking, they will be given ample time to make sure that their payment is made, because I believe we bill every other month, right?
Yeah, this
And
is
so-
specifically on those that have automatic deductions, okay? So that's the ones that are impacted by that.
Okay,
So it's separate.
So
if-
it's not
if-
everybody,
if-
okay.
Yeah, it's separate if it's a bi-monthly billing issue and they're making payments. So.
okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that, because
Yeah, 'cause
sometimes
it
that
was
can
a
be a bit much.
It was the payment card conversion issue that caused the issue.
And then my other question, and I don't know if anyone from BTS is in here, I heard the Badger gentleman's presentation, but I also know we're doing a lot of work as it relates to cybersecurity and our ability to talk to or connect with any other computer system that accesses anything within the county government and being able to cross that firewall for services. So to the best of our knowledge, we're not having any issues there when it comes to Badger Security and what they're doing on their end as it relates to, and I know we're going through changes, you know, within our own telecommunications piece, but no issues with
These are actually
integration.
These upgrades are addressing some of our risk associated with cybersecurity. And you'll see on the agenda, for instance, our human services, where we have legacy systems. Well, as you've seen through BTS, that's our highest risk area. And so as we upgrade, you incorporate the best technologies in terms of cybersecurity as part of those programs.
Okay, thank you, and thank you. Nice meeting you again.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, are you gonna, there's 2 more slides there. Are you gonna go on to those other 2 slides, or are we just passing on those?
What 2 slides?
Oh, if you wanted to talk about more reclaimed availability status? Okay. All right,
That was if there was questions. She's good.
all right.
If you're good, we're good.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Nori.
And next, we're going to go on to new county government building
Well,
updates.
and we had a great presentation for you, and if the consultants could have made it here because of the airlines being backed up, they would give that to you. But we need to postpone that until August the 29th because they simply couldn't get here. Airlines are all backed up, and they were having difficulty with travel. So if we can, we'll postpone that to the 29th, and we can move on to.
Commissioner Eggers?
I do think it's really important that we continue educating new users, old users on the reason reclaim was created in the beginning and the uses of that reclaim and the reasons. Well, the state is moving towards zero discharge, so there's a real role for the use of this and how golf courses play a role in that and how that. Because we've had, obviously, through the drought, we've had a lot of complaints about the system. And now that we're getting all the rain in the world, nobody's using their reclaim system, and the reclaim availability goes way up. And try to explain it on a short-term basis, people just, they're not following. So I think having that educational piece online that talks about how it came to be and why it came to be, and the direction that environmental protection is leading us into, which is zero discharge into the bodies of water, the Sound and our Gulf. There's a real critical reason for people using it, not only for themselves, and it's cheaper than potable water, but I think it might, again, I don't know what the status is on availability for lines that go in front of somebody's home that hasn't used it yet, hasn't connected. They're still getting that fee, and why are they getting that fee? I think those are all pieces that have to be captured online so people can continue to revisit that and understand the basic premise behind reclaimed water. So I just continue to encourage that.
Commissioner, if I can address that, Nori can certainly speak, from her standpoint, but, Jeremy and I have talked about this a lot, and, for instance, one of the issues is people watering 5 days a week, and when we have water restrictions, and so we can do a heavy enforcement, or we can try to educate, and we're trying to educate, because I just simply, I looked to my wife and I said, what days are we restricted from watering? She had no idea, right? And so we've got to do a really good job of educating people. And I think, and they're out monitoring now, okay? So we had a complaint of somebody, was out in the yard at 2 a.m. Well, they were, because that was our people looking to see when people are watering, okay? And so we can get data on when, and then we can target education to those areas to make sure people are aware. But there'll have to be an enforcement piece where we say, you can't do this, okay? You've got to get on those right days. So we're just gonna have to balance that because you're exactly right. Part of it is a complete supply issue, and you've seen all the efforts that they're trying to take to build that supply. Part of it is people overusing it to where it doesn't make it to the end of the system because they're using too much. So we got to do both, but we've got to do a really good job of the education piece.
The metering will help because that'll get people more accountable.
Correct.
And reminding people about the University of Florida studies that have shown how much water you really need on your grass. You don't need nearly as much as people think they need. Now, granted, when the water's coming, they need to be getting the right amount.
Yeah.
But, and so we've had that issue over the last 9 months or so with all the water shortages. But yeah, I think people need to get reminded what that maximum amount of water that you really should put on the grass. And so that story combined with the meters, I think will start to help balance it's balancing a very delicate system. So
We agree.
Yeah, the reclaimed water management, it's a very difficult because, as we know, when a customer wants the water, it's when it's not raining, the supply is low, so managing that, and then the opposite happened. We just, luckily, Mother Nature remembered us finally, and the last month we got tons of rain, especially this past weekend, so now nobody wants the reclaimed water, and my ponds are full, I'm ready to give water. But to your point, I think, yes, the educational is a key factor for the success of managing the supply, the demands. And to Barry's point, we got it. That will not stop. That will continue. The meters will help also on the quantities of water that they are using. Also learning how much you need to use. We are targeting some of our education to those high users because now we have the data on hand to go and talk to these individuals in person, help them understand how much water they need, what kind of landscape. It's probably more effective in Florida. That's another issue. Some people have landscape that perhaps it's not appropriate for Florida given the high temperatures that we experience here. So overall, yeah, the education campaigns will continue. That will never stop.
it's again a tricky balance to all of it, and I think letting people understand also the role that these golf courses play, because a lot of times when we're struggling for water, they complain about the courses, and yet because we're heading towards zero discharge, they play a vital role in keeping that balance. So when we're overflowing, like we're getting to right now, those golf courses keep using it and at least allow us to keep that down and minimize the discharge. So it all plays a really important role. So having that piece on there as well, I think, is important, because that's the first place people go and complain when there's a shortage of water or supply. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so no other questions, comments? Okay, we're going to move on to Transportation Infrastructure Investment Program. Kelly?
Sorry, the tall guy behind me was saying he was out of here, so he doesn't get to leave. So good morning, Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director, and with me I have Tom Washburn, our Transportation Division Director, and we're going to tag team this update on the Transportation Investment Program, which is funded by the dedicated millages. So this effort actually started in the summer of 2021 when the board approved funding to address a repair backlog in our sidewalk program that totaled about 14 miles of work. And that funding also addressed future conditions. So we put in place the program to ensure that we could keep up with demand in the future. As part of that 2023 budget, a dedicated millage was approved to improve the quality of our local road network, increase preventative maintenance of our bridges, trails, under drains, curbs. And then in 2024, some additional funding was allocated for box culverts. So in 2024, we also kicked off the Advanced Traffic Management System upgrades. That's including a variety of changes, including intersection timing and technology improvements that create opportunity to improve traffic flow, traffic safety, and to be able to adjust our system to situational and seasonal impacts. With the overall goal of this program to ensure that we're maximizing the return on investment in our infrastructure and to create resiliency in the system, so that when there are impacts like we just had, we can recover quickly and ensure that seamless service to our community.
Before Kelly gets off on the dedicated millage, and I know you've seen this and you approved this over the last few years, but this dedicated millage means the gas tax is flat. It's a flat tax, and yet our costs have been skyrocketing. right? And so it was going nowhere quick. And it was when we did the sidewalk program, we were able to shore up through the dedicated millage the additional funding for the Transportation Trust Fund. Without that, you know, and at that time, I think it was like 600 days it took you to respond to a trip and fall and fix the sidewalk, or something like that. It was a long time. 2 years?
Yes, yes.
So, you know, and now they're responding, you know, almost immediately. So that's, and at that time, we really didn't have a local road program. We were not fixing local roads. We fixed Belcher and all, in primaries, but we were never getting to local roads. So when she's going through that, I just want to remind people of that history. We weren't doing local roads, we really weren't doing sidewalks. We simply didn't have the funding in that. These dedicated millages have been critical to really shore up a pretty robust infrastructure program to bring these roads and bridges into a decent state of repair.
Commissioner Eggert.
And I think it's, and I know that last year, one of our state senators had asked us to work with them on explaining this whole gas tax issue and the shortages, and I'm assuming that's ongoing still?
So we are actually working on that, and we're going to come back with a strategy. And I'm very appreciative that they gave us kind of that opportunity, because, you know, the state is in the same predicament, except theirs is indexed. Yeah. Okay.
And that's a big deal.
It's a big deal. The state's has been indexed, so each year it goes up. Ours is flat. Okay. But it's still not keeping pace. You know, even at a state level, it's not keeping pace with inflation. And then you've got electric vehicles and things like that. So the idea was for us to come back and look at strategies that the state could adopt that would address long-term maintenance needs of both the state and locals. So we're working on some ideas for that, and we intend on bringing that to you guys and to our state-led delegation later this year.
Is there any talk about annual mileage approach to it versus a tax on the gas itself?
Well,
I mean, is there any, because that really addresses some of those that aren't paying any taxes.
We've received the draft report from our consultant firm and sent back the comments. And when that, you know, once we deliver that to Barry and it's, you know, something we can share out, they looked at, I think there were like, 16 or more different alternatives. And then the question is, you know, which ones actually result in a net benefit to the funding, and which ones do we think can, you know, would be receptive. So there's a lot of alternatives in there. We're focusing on 3 recommended alternatives, but you know, we all know what the challenges are with the fuel tax. I mean, so I don't think there'll be any surprises in there. And you'll remember last legislative session there was a bill. It didn't pass, but it was related to EVs and hybrids, and so some of that is also covered in there. And how do we account for EVs, hybrids, and how do we account for visitors who rent EVs and hybrids? And that may not be a big thing right now, but as the charging infrastructure starts to really boom and we have more accessibility, then that may be part of the equation too.
Yeah, it's just talking about paying fair share. That's at the end of the day, and making sure that our funds are reflective of the growth of the expenses that we're seeing, because that's really, it's out of control. And so then we're having to create, and we have a penny also, and we have that, and that's not being indexed at all. The penny's being used as we promised it would be used, and it's overtaxed. Yeah. So these additional millages are creeping in, and they've done great stuff, but it's just an additional thing that we've had to do to provide those gaps.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can on the other sides to minimize the impact of this gap filling that we have to do to stay ahead, not even to really stay ahead, but to do a little bit better than where we are in the grading system, which I've seen you've got in here. It's just great improvements.
I mean, if the index if we'd had the same index as a state, we'd be in a whole different ballgame, you know, over the last 20 years. But we're not, and here's where we're at. But you can see what you've done is making a difference. You can see up there we're going from a D up to a C and a B, and so we're making a real improvement in our infrastructure, you know, and so that's something to celebrate. I mean, it really is they've done a really good job with limited funds trying to improve our infrastructure.
Tom should show a picture up there what a D road is and what a B road is, so that people can really see the difference. I mean, it's a huge difference, and the underlying structure part of it's just a big deal too. So anyway, I'm sorry, but thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
I started that. But it's important. I just wanted to remember where we've been. It's a little bit of history.
Yeah. All right, so I mentioned the sidewalk repair backlog, and as did Barry. In the second year of the program, we developed and implemented procedures to ensure that we're inspecting and repairing our sidewalk network in a timely manner to protect access and public safety. Today, that program is in place, and our repairs are managed within the performance targets that we're committed to. And we have an adaptive management strategy in place to reassess as the sidewalk network is growing, because we're doing a lot of the Safe Routes to School projects, and we have capital projects as well that are adding to that sidewalk network. Or if we see the actuals and the target not aligning, where we need to adjust. In addition to measuring our operational performance, we're also working with risk management to monitor claims that come in. And prior to the program implementation, we were averaging about 24 claims for the 3 previous years to the program being implemented, and currently we're averaging 15 per year. So those numbers are coming down, and hopefully as we continue to maintain that network, we see those numbers continue to decline. So we are within that performance target. That's that little chart there in the middle. You can see we're actively working on about 139 service requests out there, but they're all in the green. They're all within our target service timelines.
Commissioner Eggers.
On the most of this program is fixing problems that we've had. We also have a program, and it's not necessary for today's conversation, but we have a program to build sidewalk gaps around the county, which I think is important. Certain areas cry for it, and certain areas really need it. One of the things that I've had a lot of different folks coming to me about is where areas where it's not needed and not used and new development happens, there is a code requirement that sidewalks still be placed, and if not, use a bank. And I think that's something that the commission just needs to make sure I think we understand it, but just to make sure that we're reasonable and fair, that certain areas do not need or require or cry out for sidewalks, and yet we're kind of holding them hostage to, okay, you don't want a sidewalk, here's the bank for you. And I'm not sure that that's a fair way to do it. And I just think, again, not for today's conversation, but I really would like to have that dialogue, because there are some industrial areas. I just visited one yesterday. There's no sidewalks in this area. And it's properties that are being renovated and upgraded, which we want, services that we really need, are losing parking because they're being forced to put sidewalks in where they're not needed and where they don't go anywhere, and they're taking away parking. I just think there are certain areas that we have to look at and carve out for reasonableness. That's all. So
That's a code issue, not a Kelly issue.
Yeah, I mean,
it
we
is
do
part of
work-
her master plan.
We do work with DRS, and part of that is, maybe it's a single-family home on a road, and they don't have sidewalk on that road, but the road that comes out to that neighborhood does, or we have a project there. And so any funds that they contribute based on they ask for a waiver, they don't want to put in the sidewalk, it's okay. Then those funds are allocated to their neighborhood, to the connections that they will use if they come out. So, yeah, I agree, there's a lot to discuss
There's a lot
there,
that don't go, they go nowhere right now, but in 10 years, they'll connect up.
And those are...
And I think that's the balance we have to find.
And we have to find it and not just carve it all out.
Yeah.
All places are created equal. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
And there are those areas that do connect and may not do it this year, but maybe next year.
Someday, right.
But there's some areas that just will never have it.
In some of the rural areas, large lots,
there you
I
go.
understand what you're
Yeah.
saying. And I think we can have that conversation.
All right, sure. All right, so in addition to the sidewalks, we maintain nearly 200 trail roadway crossings, and funding was allocated to ensure that we had good pavement markings, ADA transition pads, and crossing-specific signage. Those numbers are a little higher right now. We're actually at 71% complete. All right, so we have 200 bridges and box culverts in service, and they are an integral component of our transportation system. In 2023, fiscal year 23, we started the program off a little slow. It turns out finding bridge maintenance contractors is not as easy as we thought it might be. But this year we do have that contract in place and are investing those funds in preventative and corrective maintenance. And as you know, many of our bridges are in very unforgiving environments. This is part of the Dunedin Causeway Bridge, so investing at the right time and preventing damage is critical. 59 of the 200 structures are box culverts that serve as bridges for our transportation system, but are not part of the National Bridge Inventory, which means the Department of Transportation does not inspect them. And so we have invested dedicated millage dollars to basically implementing that inspection and maintenance program for these structures. So we'll have 34% of those structures inspected this year, and then we will use funding to make do any maintenance or corrective work that we find. And then we're basically going to take that forward, and we're going to implement what DOT does on the National Bridge Inventory, qualifying bridges in the non-qualifying bridges, so that we're ensuring those are safe and maintained well.
And just as a plug there, Kelly actually requested additional funding to be able to do more with this, but it was a question of balance, between all the competing needs. And so, we really do need to look at the overall program and the amount of money that we're putting in. I think we can do it following our discussion with the state legislature and see if anything changes on that. And then when we do that, then we'll have another discussion about the level of funding needed to be able to support the programs. Obviously, this is getting us up to a C, and so we don't have to weight limit bridges and things like that, as much as we do now. But you can see, there's a lot of need there.
All right, so this isn't the funnest one, I guess, of all of our program areas. People don't think too much about curbing and under drains, but the curb is really integral to how the drainage flows into the system, and if a road does have an under drain system, if it's not functioning right, then it can't draw the groundwater away from the base, which causes the roadway to fail. So it's really important to maintain these assets. And prior to the dedicated millage, there was no dedicated funding to this, so it was something that was resourced frankly, when an emergency occurred. So as you can see, prior to the program, FY22, and then, look forward to fiscal year 24, we're up nearly 150% on curb maintenance and 134% on under drain maintenance. This is our largest program of the dedicated millages, so 72%. We do have a slide a little forward of the 3 dedicated millages, but of the second and third dedicated millage, 72% is dedicated to our local road resurfacing. So these are our neighborhoods, these are residential streets. And I think the biggest takeaway here is that when we look at our pavement condition index in 2022, before we really started this program, only 33% of our local roads had an index that was fair or better, meaning the overwhelming majority of our roads were in a very poor condition. And today we're at 62%. And so we're really moving this program forward in a good way.
Okay, on our ATMS investments, this is the $18 million that you authorized last year, so we're completing the first year of that. So again, the focus for this investment was to improve traffic flow on the county roadways, both in terms of efficiency and reliability. And so the areas that we have focused on is the signal retiming, and we've got 8 corridors currently being retimed. The map there shows you, and we've highlighted what those are, but from a strategic standpoint, we selected corridors both north, south, and east, west, and spread them out throughout the county. Correct. and we've got them listed there on the table on that map. And this is out of the quarterly report that we provide to the commission.
So, I've mentioned Seminole Boulevard and 113th, and you got like nothing on the west side in Central and South County. And unfortunately, that Corey to the Bayway, which I think is so congested, but you can time those lights all you want, but with the number of crosswalks that are there that stop the traffic, putting a lot of energy into that area because of the crosswalks is, it's not going to get us where we need to go, because you can't go down Gulf Boulevard without having to get stopped on at least 3 to 4 crosswalks from Corey Avenue to the Bayway. So, if the crosswalks weren't such an issue, that would be great, because it gets so congested down there that it just doesn't move. But there's just nothing in west, until you get way up in North County, there's nothing in the west side of the county that you're mitigating that. Now, I can tell you, I know Janet's mentioned it, around that Park Boulevard area, you got 68th, I think there's 70-something, then you got another one right before Park Boulevard, and then right after Park Boulevard, you got another one because of the shopping center. And then up by the post office and City Hall, and then Bryan Dairy, it does not flow. It doesn't, in my opinion.
Doesn't go anywhere.
It doesn't go anywhere. And good Lord, when you get up to Fort Harrison, that can be a nightmare too. And so there's nothing in West Central or West Pinellas County unless you're way up north or way down where there's a ton of crosswalks and it doesn't really matter. So I'm just disappointed that we're not over there, and I hope in the future it is.
Understood.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Oh, Commissioner Long.
Yeah, and not to beat a dead horse to death, but I just would like to ask you, is 7 minutes the norm to sit at a light? Because I come up 70th Avenue anytime I want to leave my area where I live, and I have sat for 7 minutes at that light at 70th and Park, waiting for it to move, and it just never does. 7 minutes.
Because
I
there's separate
timed
left
it.
turns.
I've timed it.
That's when you have to have Tom's phone number and you call Tom immediately.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not trying to be
No, it's true. That's
obnoxious, but 7 minutes is a long
terrible.
time
Have you
to
run
sit
it?
at a
I don't
light.
ever run a light.
7 minutes.
What?
Tom.
Well, if I could, just real quick, when we've made these presentations recently, we've heard the concerns about 113th, about Fort Harrison. We've investigated those. They will be part of our next year's timing plan. So this is the first year, and these were the corridors that were selected. But we've heard we've gotten the feedback, and we'll take that into account. When you see our fourth quarter update, it'll include what we plan to time for FY25.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you very
Voice
much.
from above.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tom, and thank you, Kelly. So these 8 corridors here, is it the intention to have these completed in calendar year 24, or what's the time frame on that? And then what is the level of service? If we're at 5% now, what does this bring us to?
Yeah, the time frame, these will be installed by the end of this fiscal year, so by October 1, and then we'll start working on the FY25 list.
Okay.
So in terms of time frame, we're just waiting for school to get back in session. We'll complete the fine tuning, but the timings are ready to be implemented, so those will be done this fiscal year. The 8 corridors total 75 out of our 400 signals, so just under 25%, which is the best practice goal. And so we'll continue to increase that. We've also got the 26 intersections that we're looking at the adaptive control. So that's all of the signals along State Road 60 and then on 49th Street to the south.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
So, this whole programming that you're talking about, and I've noticed, and it's obviously recently it's gotten horrible going northbound because of 19. But McMullen Booth, 19, Belcher, it gets better the further away you get from 19. Is that an area that I mean, the rush hour, is there a way to be flexible with the timing that provides more movement, a little longer? Does it just automatically do that, or is it just through the programming that it's 4 o'clock, it's McMullen Booth, we're going to give a little bit more north-south time, or is it, how does that work?
Yeah, traditionally, the way we set up the timings is we'll go out and collect counts and determine when the peak periods are. That's a count, you know, at one point in time, and that's what we base the timings off of. From there, we fine-tune it and try to get those peak periods covered. The adaptive timing that we're talking about will, in real time, adjust to those peaking conditions. So if the peaking conditions occurs half an hour earlier, or it's a school year, or the first week of school, or we're in spring training, spring break sessions, the goal is to take that into account, and that's why we're starting with State Road 60. We've put a lot of detection equipment on that corridor. We've outfitted the intersections with new controllers. If we can get it to work there, we're confident we can get those adaptive timings to work just about anywhere.
It looks like this year, it's not State Road 60, it's Drew Street.
State Road 60 is part of the second point there, the adaptive intersections, those 26 intersections that we're testing.
Oh, okay.
17 of those are State Road 60 intersections.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's also that Belcher area that's really dangerous, right? Belcher and 60? Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
And then the last piece of the program is the video analytics, the intersection video analytics. You will be seeing the contract come to you early September, hopefully for approval, and at that point, we'll be able to purchase that equipment and begin installation. And then the other efforts, again, the technology changes quite often, so we are looking for other opportunities, but what we have done is leveraged the funding that you've provided to apply for grants like we've done in other cases, and to actually be able to do more as we move forward over the next couple of years. Any more on that before I move on?
Looks like we're done with that one, yeah.
All right. So that completes the programs that we wanted to talk about. This is our FY25 proposed budget. It's just under $115 million. We've got the table listed there with the major programs and what the funding levels are. We've also got a pie chart that you can kind of see, where the biggest bulk is. Not surprisingly, it's in our traffic management and our streets and bridges. We also show what the transfer to capital is, both for our ATMS 9th cent and for the local road resurfacing. And the transportation management, that does include this additional ATMS funding that you've provided. And I did just want to remind the commission that you will be hearing more about. We have reauthorization timelines coming up. We've talked about it. The 9th cent comes up in FY26, and then the local option fuel tax comes up in FY27. So you'll be hearing more about that as we move over the next couple of years.
Madam Chair, question.
Commissioner Eggers.
Every fund that we have has a reserve line. So speak to the needs, and I know there are needs, for having a reserve and what its benefit is, and how are we establishing that level of reserves?
The 23% reserves, primarily it's that stabilizing fund, the Transportation Trust Fund. The millage that you've authorized, that accounts for about $16 million out of that 26. There's also some of the programs that you've authorized funding for. It's taken some time to get up to speed with those. So if that carries over from one fiscal year to the next, this is where that money is placed until we start using it. So we do expect to continue to draw that down.
So some of those reserve funds are really reserves that we use for fluctuations, and some of them are for projects delayed or moved on to the following year?
Correct.
So what's a more realistic level of the reserves as they've traditionally used for, fluctuation? I'm just trying to get at the reserve level and whether it's reasonable or too high, too low, that kind of thing.
Can you switch over to the overhead real quick? So I don't know if you can see quite the bottom, but the first fiscal year is 24, that's our current one, and then it goes out to 29, and that green line is the reserves. And really, you know, that first dedicated millage, which will be in the next slide, was to stabilize, as we were just talking. The gas tax is completely flat, and as we've been doing that loft analysis that we were just talking about previously, you'll see that over the course of time, it is almost completely flat. It is, even if people, you know, you come out of the pandemic and most people were working at home, even though that led to a small jump, it is now completely flattened back out to where we were. So we're not seeing any additional revenue. So that first dedicated millage bumped us up, and now we're drawing it down because our expenditures are still exceeding our revenues. I know the county has by policy a revenue. We like to look at, you know, 2 to 3 months of operating as far as a reserve from our perspective of just keeping the lights on and things moving.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the slide that shows the designated millages, the one-time funding. So again, for that first one, the Transportation Trust Fund, that's about $16 million. That's the continuing subsidy. The level of service designated millages, that takes care of the programs that Kelly talked about primarily. This year, or FY25, will be funded at $25 million. And then the general fund ATMS investment, that'll drop to $12 million from 18, $6 million for FY24, and then $12 million to cover FY25 and FY26. And then just to kind of tie all of this together, the community survey results, the community survey that we do every year, that kind of drives at the commission level the strategic plan that also filters down to public works and transportation. So we've got some of the statistics specific to transportation, and really what I wanted to point out here was, you know, 84% of the respondents said that a quality transportation system is essential or very important. And then 53% said that they would support additional revenues for things like traffic mitigation, roadways, and sidewalks. And that's exactly what we've proposed to you over the last several years in terms of where to focus some additional funding to take care of our infrastructure.
If you could go back to the previous slide, just for impact, just wanting to make sure I get this, and I think that folks get, there's $41 million a year for those 3 millages. Is that what I'm saying, right? 16 million proposed and 25 for those 3 millages. And we're getting off the penny a year for the county piece is roughly around 90 million. Is that, yeah, so it's almost, I mean, again, and I've argued at times, but even when we go to that next penny planning, we say we want all of it to go towards, you know, transportation infrastructure, you're still going to need some help, because I mean, we're just talking about trying to get back to level C, and you know, and so we've got a ways to get there, and then you got to keep it up so that you're not getting behind again. But that's a big number. That's $41 million a year in transportation funding, on top of the 90 that we get from our penny. That goes towards a lot of things. Infrastructure too, it goes for.
And that, you know, you put in the $18 million for the ATMS, but you know, we really need more. You guys, you just kind of talked about that. You know, I didn't ask the question because I don't really want to know the number, but we need to have the lights that automatically time throughout the entire corridors. I mean, that's, you know, the adaptive technology. I mean, timing of lights, that changes. You know, having it where it measures traffic and automatically adjust on multiple corridors and is integrated. I mean, that's where we need to be, but I'm sure that's an expensive solution that'll take time. And it sounds like they're learning using the 60 corridor and stuff of how to best use that technology. And they did create a master plan. So they looked at everybody and how it would fit together. So they're on the right path, but we're going to need to address funding there. So there's a lot of needs for just infrastructure which is what you're speaking to. And we're doing a pretty good job with a limited amount of money.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention something too, and it really has to do with our development history, because the overwhelming amount of infrastructure that we have out there today has been in place since the 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's when we really developed. And so we're coming due. You know, a lot of our infrastructure is very old. I think we've done an amazing job when I look at the work. You look at Shore Bridge and the couple of bridges we have up north, Orange Street, both of those, one's 100 and one's 101 years. And they've lasted that long because, years ago, people made investments in reconstructing some of that infrastructure, and it's gotten us a long way. But at some point, that infrastructure we can't repair it anymore, and we have to replace it. So I just wanted to put that out there because we do have a lot of old infrastructure in Pinellas County.
Any other questions or comments? We'll let you continue. Oh, yes, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Scott.
Hey, Tom and Kelly, it says here that the 2024 community survey is live. I just checked the QR code and it says it's been deactivated. So
That's correct. It closed July 31st.
Oh, it did. Okay, got it. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
We have a timing of when they prepare the slides of when we give the presentation.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I think that's it. You can keep going.
And that was the last point I wanted to make on this, is that we are looking forward to seeing the results of the 2024 survey and seeing where else we may need to focus some of our efforts.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the original time for this presentation was on the 25th, but you guys had a much bigger conversation that day. So again, I just, we have a replacement value of estimated around $6.5 billion for our transportation infrastructure. And because the county has invested so heavily in a strong asset management system, so it isn't just Public Works, it's the county's, direction. We are using data to make these decisions to ensure that we are maximizing the lifespan of our infrastructure. And overall, our goal is to achieve, to ensure that the public is getting what they're paying for, and that we are making our systems more resilient and longer lived. And this work, is really important to our community and their expectations for quality of life living here in Pinellas County. So,
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, I just really wanted to, partially give a shout out to utilities and Public Works, because on the downside, I guess some residents, there was a water main break on Sunday. I guess there was two, actually. And so we had a crew that was dealing with one in Mid-County, and then there was a one that broke up in Dunedin, actually, an unincorporated area. And the difficulty was getting through to somebody to get a call back, and so they had a hard time in the beginning. And this is really directed at not you guys or utilities, but just in general. Once they got there, they did great work, and in working closely with Public Works after the fact, I think getting the community back in place is really wonderful. And I got some calls thanking that effort. But the delay in getting out there to begin with, it was of concern to me, and maybe something I'm sure that we continue to work on. But I guess anyway, there were some communication issues, to say the least. So. But I do want to give a shout out that they were as responsive as they could. We had to bring out a whole second crew to deal with that issue, and it's not easy, but it is a challenge. And to your point about the infrastructure, this is below the ground infrastructure, which is different than this, and so it's a continual battle.
Yeah, this is, and I'm sure Jeremy would agree that doing the right work at the right time is really critical. And there's always things that happen, and you don't, a contractor hits a line and you don't have control over those things. Where we do have control, we do our best to ensure things are inspected and maintained when they should be. But yeah, working together with utilities, they got that line repaired, and then we were immediately out there within 2 days and had equipment in the creek, and we're pulling that material out, restoring the bank of Curlew Creek, and planning for the sidewalk replacement. So,
Kudos from residents is what I'm saying, so thank you.
thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments? Thank you, Kelly. You guys do great work. You have a great team. Okay, next we're going to have a discussion on the budget. Barry?
So I've asked Krista to come up, and so we sent out kind of a slide deck of some topics that we thought, we don't have to solve anything today. This is the first work session. We obviously have our public hearings here in September, so we have this work session. We have a work session on the 29th of this month, and then we have 2 public hearings in September. So we have time to modify anything, it's your budget, and so we presented recommendations. However, we listed a few outstanding items. Commissioner Eggers also submitted items, so we just wanted to have a discussion today about a few topics, kind of get your direction, and we can bring back solutions. The first of those is a discussion about Forward Pinellas, and he's right behind me. And so we have a little chart that kind of outlines that, but with proposed a modification to the proposed budget, and so we wanted to have a quick discussion about that. You can come up and kind of address it.
Quick question.
Commissioner Justice has a question.
Barry, did we receive a slide deck on those 4
I'm not
topics?
finding it.
We just listed the 4 topics.
Okay, all right.
They were doing some additional work on,
All right.
we just going to do a handout.
Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss.
No, we just took the 4 topics.
Thanks, because I was feverishly going through my emails looking for it, so.
Do you have one?
Is it any way you could quickly email this to Commissioner Scott? And Commissioner Scott, it'll be a minute. Chris Rose is going to send that to you.
Okay, thank you.
And in the meantime, if you want to get started.
Good morning. I'm Whit Blanton, Executive Director of Ford Pinellas. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. We've been working with several of you, commissioners, as well as the OMB staff to revisit our budget. You made some comments and expressed some concerns about the increase in the reserve fund. And we took a close look at the budget, and there were some things in the projected budget versus actual expenditures that were a little off. We've made some adjustments in that. That reflected some of the staff salaries and expenses, and I think we've trued that up now. So there was a little bit of just incorrect information when we had our budget information session before. But in addition, we had submitted a flat budget previously, and normally our expenditures are anywhere from $250,000 to $400,000 on transportation and planning projects. That has now been added back into the budget to work with our local government partners to implement the recommendations from the Gateway Master Plan that was adopted several years ago. And that has a nice tie-in and overlap with the Target Employment and Industrial Land Study that was also adopted. A lot of those areas definitely overlap. And we had a very good meeting yesterday with the St. Pete Clearwater Airport staff to talk about some things that they're working on in terms of parking garages and having transit access to the beach from the airport. And so there's some planning work that we can do with them as well. That's essentially where the big changes were. That results in a lowering amount of the reserves. We also had our board approve a millage reduction to 0.200 mils. It's about $130,000 reduction, if I remember right. And all of that ends up lowering the reserve amount. I do want to make the case for having some reserves in our pocket. That's a working capital fund that we use to match grants and to address uncertainties and things that arise, because our role here is to be nimble and responsive to our 25 local governments, and also to bring transportation dollars into the county from other sources like federal and state, and that often requires a match. So we can provide that match with some of these reserves. We can also go 50-50 with some of our local governments on some of the planning activities that they want to undertake. So that's an important part of our flexibility. At the budget information session, there was also some discussion about the potential for the merger of the MPOs, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate that that's moving ahead probably as vigorously as it's ever moved. We have a adopted memorandum of agreement. We've never had anything like that before. And we have a draft of a scope of services for a management and legal consultant to help us guide through the next steps of implementing that. And I do believe that we will be committed to merging the MPOs by, if not this fall, certainly by 2026. And then we'll implement and probably have that operation up and running by July of 27. That's an ambitious schedule, but I think we can get there. We are still contingent on approvals from 75% or the governing boards representing 75% of the urban area and the largest city. So that's Tampa, and we are working on getting that agreement. There's also some legal ambiguity about whether the largest city includes the largest city in each of the 3 MPOs or the largest city for the urban area. So there's still some agreement that needs to be worked out, but it's as close as it's ever been, and that conversation has been going on for 30 years. And I don't know if, Chris, you have anything else you would like to add from a staff perspective, but I think I've covered the highlights, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner Latfell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Whit. What was your reserve level in, for instance, like FY '22 in '23?
I don't know if I have that information handy, Commissioner. I can get that to you. I can look that up.
Okay. Would you say that it was in like the millions, like over 1.5 million? Or?
It's probably around there, yes.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out if, so back then, would you need that money for local government matches and to match, you know, federal grants and things like that?
That's always been a consistent. We can't match federal funds with federal funds. So our MPO dollars that come in aren't eligible for matching dollars, so we need a local source of funds. And if it's not on the PPC side, then we come kind of hat in hand to the local governments to help provide that match. And in many cases they do, but in other cases we can do that match and we don't have to come to the county or to any of our municipalities for that.
If we can get the reserve level for the past few years, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Any additional question? I was curious, your total budget, Chris, what's his total budget?
I don't have it. I will have it in just a moment, though.
Okay, and then my next question is going to be percentage of reserves compared to that total budget.
Give me just a few minutes and I'll
I'm going to
come
give you
right
a
back
few
to
minutes.
what your
Anybody
total
else have
budget
any
is?
questions for Whit?
It's around $4.5 million, but it's easy to get confused because we have the MPO funds and then we have the PPC side of the house. And the MPO is fully 100% reimbursable. So that's kind of an equal sum game. But if you combine those two, it's I think $4.5 million, if I'm not mistaken.
About right. I'll get it.
It's a little bit above that.
Any other questions while we're waiting?
So if you're good, when we bring back the budget for the first public hearing, we'll make this adjustment, you know.
Okay,
If that's the
because that was
direction of the
my, I
commission.
know when I brought this up, when this was presented before, it wasn't even close to that, like 14% that we adhere to, that, you know, and I haven't done the math, 4 million, what that percentage is, because I'm curious. And I know it's for the local match, but if, like Kelly even says, she keeps 2 to 3 months, she's come to 2 to 3 months, and that's half your budget. If your budget's 4.5 and your reserves is 2.6, it's like 50% of your budget. And I just, you know, if the practicing the best practice model is keeping 14%, I'm not sure that 40%, and I get it, you're using it for match dollars, but if you were using 1.6 for match dollars before, did you run out of reserves using them for match? Did you have not enough? Because it just seems like a significant amount of reserves to me.
When I was hired about 9 years ago, I think the reserves were about 1.6 million. And our board and this board at the time, this was 2015, directed us to spend down those reserves. And so we did. We were pretty aggressive at spending down those reserves. And we got to a point where we were balancing our budget by pulling from reserves. And that continues to be the case. I think it's somewhere around $300,000 that we're pulling from reserves to balance the budget. So we can do that for a period of time, but we can't do that forever. And if we continue to spend, $300,000 to $400,000 to $500,000 annually on the planning work that our communities need and have requested, and we're partnering with them on that, then that will eventually spend down. But we are committed to continuing to spend that reserve down.
So I'm not sure that I understand. If you wanting to double your reserves almost, not quite. Originally, you wanted to almost double the reserves. Now you don't want to, it's not that high, but you're taking 500,000 from reserves to balance your budget. That doesn't make any sense. We usually start with the balanced budget, right? If you have to spend on the reserves because they're too big, but now you want to add to your reserves, so why aren't you just making a balanced budget and not filling up your reserves? I don't understand if I misunderstood what you just said, but I don't understand that.
We are not adding to our reserves. We are reducing those reserves. When we came to you at the budget information session, it was 44% was the reserve level. It has come down since then. Chris, hopefully will have an answer.
I think she's looking at this chart.
I'm looking at this chart, and it says reserves in
The chart told them just now.
2024.
Yeah, I want you to see the chart, because that's what she's speaking to, because we have in 24, 1.6 million, proposed 25, 3.1. I think that's the, is
That was
correct?
proposed, and then you changed it to 2.6. So everything you just said doesn't make sense based on what I'm looking at.
Yeah, Chris?
Yep.
Your
So
chart.
I can answer a couple of things. Whit is correct. When we brought the budget to you, 44% is what the reserves are. Moving it to 2.652, the new number that they're proposing is 37.4% reserves at that point. The total budget is $7,097,000. So 37.4 is what the new reserve percent would be if we go with the two changes, the millage and the $400,000.
Okay. So you have a $7 million total budget. Your reserves are at 34%, and you're looking to be increasing them. I mean, that's an increase in reserves?
It still is going up from the 1.620 in the current year to the 2.652 in fiscal year 25.
Okay. 34% in reserves.
37%.
37% in reserves. And the best practice rule is typically 12. We put it at 14. So I'm having trouble with this.
The best practice is 18%, which is 2 months. The reserve level that we keep in the general fund is 2.5 months, which is 20%, 20.8.
Okay.
So this is a little higher than that, yes.
A little higher than 18%. 37. I still have a problem with that. I just do. Just fundamentally, I have a problem with that.
Commission decision?
Anyone else have comments or discussion? Commissioner Eggers.
Well, and that's why I asked Kelly the question, because we've got reserves overall, and we've got reserves within particular funds, and they're all at different levels, and they may be appropriate if they can. I mean, I've disagreed that it needs to be at 20.8%. Best practices nationally is 16.7%. I don't know where you said 12 and 13 or 14, but every type of use has a different. I don't know what the best practices or standards for MPOs. I'm sure, and they're all different because ours is a merged MPO and PPC. So it's, the PPC reserve for operations is probably, I don't know, I'm guessing closer to the norm, 20%, 15, 18, I don't know what it is. The additional funds that are on top of that we're trying to have them available for matching purposes. And I think they need to be differentiated and explained and compared to what is normal in the industry of MPO management, because it is different. And I'm not saying it should be what it is now, what they're proposing, of being 37 is better than 44. I still get, when you start getting into the 20s, I start to like shudder a little bit. But there may be an argument for it. I don't know that it's been made, for us here. So I just think just understanding what that norm is would be helpful.
I don't know that there is a norm that I can hang my hat on for this because we are a unique organization in the state of Florida. But a reminder that our MPO funds are reimbursable quarterly. So we need to have that float that comes from these local funds to pay our salaries and rents and all those things. And then we get reimbursed by the federal government. So it eventually gets trued up, but it does take time. But more than anything, I guess, is I'm trying to make the argument that having that level of reserves, it puts us in good shape to be able to execute, potentially in the next year or two, this merger of the MPOs, because we are going to need a significant amount of local funds to make that happen, particularly if the organization becomes an independent organization like, say, the Orlando MPO is that covers 3 counties. If we're hosted by a local government, maybe a different story, but we haven't made that determination yet.
So to that point, I think if maybe there could be a sheet that kind of shows that of the 2.65 proposed millage, or excuse me, reserves, that 1.3 or whatever would be the norm. There is an additional amount of funding that we feel might be necessary at different times during the year for the merger, so that's part of the reserves. And then the $300,000 a year projected loss from operations, if you do that for the next 3 years, that's $1 million. So instead of trying to move the millage rate every year, you're trying to keep that as more stable, so that we then net out what that matching dollar that you want to have there for those opportunities that come up that you can't anticipate. I think those are things that can be explained in some bullet point. It would be helpful because the number is extraordinarily high for what we normally compare to. So, but I think there's some reasonable explanations to have some of that shock absorber in the system. So,
right. And I think it's also that we'll do that. Those are good suggestions. I think it's also important to recognize that as a separate appointing authority, we don't have some of the same backups that the BCC does. So if there is a major hurricane event and we're out, like Charlotte County MPO was, for 6 months and didn't have a building, that's on us. Now, certain administration would be a good partner in helping us figure that out, but that's also a contingency we need to keep in mind. So we're a little more of an island than other county departments are.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Whit, I just wanted to make the point that isn't all of this in our budget that we have right now, that we're looking for that in preparation for moving us forward to be a good partner in the merger?
Yes, that's the intent, because we're going to need to bring some dollars to that, especially if we become an independent organization.
Correct. But maybe the issue here on this, with these folks, is that they are not totally up to speed with what that merger looks like and why it's being done. Maybe just a quick overview of that might be helpful for them to understand why we are where we are today with this budget.
Madam Chair, would that help?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, first of all, I think having a regional MPO that serves the urbanized area will greatly enhance coordination and alignment of transportation needs and priorities for the Tampa Bay area. We're a growing region. The growth in Hillsborough and the growth in Pasco certainly affects Pinellas County, and we're growing as well. And our success as a region really depends on us working together to prioritize those regional transportation investments, as well as what we're doing locally. This is mandated by the legislature from the 2023 session that required we put together a feasibility report for the merger. We've done that. We submitted that by December of last year. But I think it's beyond just responding to the legislature. I think there's been a local push from many of the commissioners, not just here in this county, but in Pasco and a few in Hillsborough and as well. And that push is really to punch above our weight instead of punching below our weight when we compete for dollars statewide and at the federal level. I think Secretary Gwynn of DOT characterized if we go after transportation projects, and a lot of the funds at the federal level are discretionary these days under this current law, we're competing against Memphis and Selma, Alabama, and cities like that. If we go as a region, we're competing with Seattle and San Diego and larger regions like that. And we have lost a lot of discretionary dollars to the Orlando area and to Miami-Dade because they are bigger and they are working more cooperatively regionally. I think that's just a fact that the Secretary identified, and I tend to agree with that. Having been in Orlando for 27 years, I've seen what they do. So I think it's a good thing for Pinellas because we are often kind of an afterthought when it comes to going after dollars, and we don't want to be an afterthought. We want to be at the table. Where we are currently is we are working through what the governing board would look like, how that would be reflected by population, but also how we would reflect the smaller cities, of which we have an abundance in this county. And that's a little bit different than what you have in Hillsborough and Pasco. So that's something we're just taking up at the September meeting. And then this whole management legal consultant, there are not a lot of experts in the legal ambiguities of federal and state law that govern MPOs. And we want to make sure that we are navigating that carefully as we look to the structure and to maximize the value to the community and the region. So that'll happen over the next 8 months to a year. We estimated that would be about $500,000, but it could be more than that when we get into it. And of course, we do have a good partnership with the state DOT, but all these things do take time and effort and a commitment of funds. I hope that helps a little bit. I mean, this is a big topic.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, and I hearken back to, I can't remember the year 2019 maybe, when the state challenged us to work together to come up with one project. And really, I think was the beginning of the discussions, at least internally, of what that regional MPO would look like. And so we, in Pinellas County, started that process, and it was a $1.2 billion State Road 60 I-275 interchange. And it took us about 6 months pulling together Pasco County, Hillsborough County. If they came on board last, the figure, it's money in their county. But still, it took a while, and the state challenged us to do that, and we got that $1.2 billion that year because of that effort. And I think this kind of merger possibility, I think that's going to be available all the time. Because when they're trying to dole out money, the Tampa region is pretty powerful. And again, go back to economic studies by USF that says if this region ever kind of works together, it can become one of the most powerful regions in the country. And to that end, I think it provides synergy for bringing additional funding much greater than we would if we did it individually. So there's a real cry for it. There's a mandate from the state to look at it, but they've wanted us to do this for a while. And I think being in line with what the state wants to do helps us as well. So I'm excited about it. I think that's important, but I still understand the questions that Commissioner Peters is asking. So if we could just make sure we understand the breakdown of that excess above, I'm going to say 16.7%, but whatever the level you want to pick, just explain that a little bit in detail, what you're anticipating those funds, because of what we talked about.
So I'll have Chris break down the reserve levels and work with it on what those uses are for. I'll also have them prepare alternative levy amounts that would draw that down so you can see the impact of that decision. And so we'll prepare some of those in anticipation of the next workshop.
So I appreciate the history. I think most of us know it, but it's always nice to review it. And again, what it didn't do is tell me why you need 37% in reserves. So whatever you do with that, give us the explanation as to why. You know, if you're locked on this one, I need to understand why you need 37%. If you end up at 20%, I want to know why you think 20%. I want to understand it because nothing that's been said today helps me understand that.
So we're going to go, we got 0.21, which is now, we're going to show, we've shown you 0.20, we'll show you 0.19, 0.18, and what those do to reserve levels, and he'll explain what the uses and the potential impacts of not having the different funding levels could be and the potential uses of those reserves.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, quick question.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. And as you're going through that analysis, Barry and Whit, if you could put together the timing of when we think those reserves may have to be spent, because we're talking fiscal year 25 budget now, but my understanding is if the merger took place, that would be what, fiscal year 27? So, do we need, I mean, I understand the concept of building up reserves for that eventuality, but I'm also questioning whether we need it all right now.
I think it'd be FY26 because we're on a different cycle. The federal cycle is July 1, or its state cycle is July 1. So we're looking to begin around July 1st of 2027.
Okay.
That's reasonable, I think, but there's going to be expenditures leading up to that. That is opening the doors and saying we're a new MPO. And in the meantime, there's planning documents that we will need to produce to be certified as an MPO so that the money can flow. And I'm not about to try and stand up a new MPO without having that certification in place, because then the money does not flow for a year or so to Pinellas County.
Yeah, no, understood. Thank you.
Okay. And I didn't know that Hillsborough County was completely on board. So I know we're meeting and we're trying to work on understanding and getting that regional thing, but I didn't know we were so close as 2025 or 2026.
That's the target. I would not say everybody is completely on board. As I mentioned, there's some devils in the details that we have to work out.
And, elections have consequence, and you just don't know what's going to happen in a few months. So, I just, I need to understand why 37% or even 25%, I just need to understand it better. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Long.
Whit, forgive me, I've forgotten. Where is Pasco in this process?
They are right there with us.
I thought they were. I just wanted to clarify.
I mean, I think they have.
They've been very outspoken at the TMA meetings.
I think they have a majority of their county commissioners who are supporting this. I know two of them better than any of the others, so I hear from them more often. I think Pasco has a very different structure where their MPO is really part of county government, kind of like ours was before 2015. And they rely on their MPO staff to do a lot of local county government transportation planning work. Whereas that's not really the case here. We do some of that, and we do it in partnership with Tom and Kelly, but it's a very different dynamic. And so I think extracting that out of Pasco County has left them with, they've got some concerns about how they would modify their business model. To address those concerns, one of the things we are thinking is that because we do have the Pinellas Planning Council, we would continue to have MPO staff embedded in Pinellas County and in Pasco and in Hillsborough, in addition to having a regional organization. Because a lot of what we do is still that local public involvement, outreach, and engagement. Just like I was, at the Palm Harbor Library for the chamber meeting last week. It takes that sort of boots on the ground to really build trust and relationships. So we're going to continue to need to do that. And I think that's that's what we're working out to get people comfortable. And I would say Hillsborough is more on board than the city of Tampa, because what I've heard from the city of Tampa generally is that they don't feel like they have enough representation on their own MPO in Hillsborough. And they feel like they're an economic center of the region where all these workers come in every day, and therefore their representation needs to be more. That's an ongoing discussion that we're going to need to have to keep them comfortable.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? No? Okay, thanks, Whit, appreciate
Thank you
it.
for your feedback, I appreciate it.
And Barry, I'm going to take that, you pass this out, that unincorporated Seminole Special Recreation District millage is next?
Yeah, that was the second topic, and as you know, and we have Paul Kazi here, and so, this is on the Seminole Recreation, District. The proposed budget has it at 0.25 mils, which would generate $942,000. The question is what the levy amount is, and so we want to just have a brief discussion. And certainly Paul can answer any questions regarding maintenance, and we also have folks here from the recreation districts that's been formed. Our staff recommendation is, it really is to keep it at, we can always go down, but there's going to be a lot of maintenance to set this up and work. And, you know, and it really has to do with them. How much do you charge in fees? You know, it's a zero-sum game. So having more allows them to charge less in fees to be able to keep the programs going and things like that. But it's really a commissioner decision. But maybe, Paul, you want to come up and just speak to it, and how you've kind of worked out budget amounts and likely maintenance cost and things like that.
Morning, Commissioners. Paul Kazi, Parks and Conservation Resources Director. And just as a way of introduction, of course, Brian Lowak and I worked on the formation of the USSA over several months, and we've been working tangentially with the folks who are part of your board that's going to run the USSA. And as far as putting together costs, I really should turn it over to Steve Cecil. We've worked with them on trying to put some parameters of costs together, but one of the things I did want to mention when we're looking at what the costs are going to be going forward, of course, Cross Bayou will be under construction we expect January of 2025. So there will not be necessarily those maintenance costs for probably close to a year and a half, maybe a little longer. However, in order to make up for those fields, those baseball fields being down, there is some capital investment that they're going to have to make with their operating dollars to improve some of the fields at the Seminole Youth Athletic Association. But with that.
And I misspoke because I thought Paul had worked with them on the budget, but actually they developed the budget, so they can speak to it, and Chris corrected me via text. So maybe if we can have Steve come up or your chair and speak to it.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Cecil, and with me is Amanda Felton. I'll speak briefly on our goal when we created the sports district. We wanted to create a level of service that people who play in the municipalities have, whether it's Largo, Clearwater, St. Petersburg. Those municipalities take care of their fields 100%. And so the programs that play there only have to pay their state registration fees, their uniforms, and whatever equipment they need. So our goal is that we want to, with the 0.25 mil, is take care of all the operation and maintenance and whatever capital improvement we need to make during the transition period of all three complexes, because it's going to be linear, that once Cross Bayou is done, then it's going to be, Paul said, Seminole Junior Warhawks, and then SYAA. So there's going to be, over this time period, a lot of increased costs because, fields will be used more. So that's why we're asking for the 0.25 mil to keep the level of service on par with municipalities.
Commissioner Eggers.
So just trying to get perspective a little bit. I know that, like, for instance, when we, City of Safety Harbor wants to take over a street, for instance, and take over the expenses and everything, they make sure that we get that road up to standard. So what they get is a up to standard road that they can take care of going forward. So it sounds to me like there is a capital deficiency right now in the facilities that an elevated, and I call it elevated millage, because I'll get to my question in a minute, but is going to be trying to play catch up on the capital. Instead of it being in great condition today that what we're getting, it's really not. And so some of these funds that are going to be extra will be going towards capital catch up. That's one comment. And the second one is, Chris, on the Palm Harbor Library and recreation, it's 0.25 mils, right?
The two of them together are the half a mil.
So they're each 0.25 mils, roughly.
It's a combined budget,
Yeah.
so, yes.
Okay. And over in East Lake, it's the same, right?
Those are each individually 2.5 a quarter.
0.25.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a kind of a precedent for operation of a, and they're totally different recreation operations in East Lake and Palm Harbor.
Yeah.
But they're both at 0.25.
Yeah.
One requiring a lot more capital, another requiring a lot more operating. So, but anyway, just some comments about that capital catch-up.
But Commissioner, so we're going to be paying through the penny for the field improvements, okay? So the capital, I mean, these fields are in horrid condition, so, and I forget the budget for that, but, yeah, it's over a number of years, but, so that's coming out of the penny for the upgrades to the improvements. Remember, we wouldn't make that investment until we had one organization that can run all the fields. That was part of the need for that merger to be able to make that investment. So it's a combination. They will have expenses, but the penny's going to be doing the upgrades to the fields.
But there's got to be in that 0.25 some dollars for capital.
Oh, yeah, I'll let speak.
So it's not just going to be penny.
But I don't know how much was the improvements overall for the three fields? I mean, it's got to be 15 million or more. I want them to speak to the capital piece to it, but I want you to answer your question about the amount of money to upgrade all these fields, because it's significant. It's drainage. It's really redoing these fields.
Right. And right now, I believe it's $18 million over the course of the current penny program.
So that'll do the improvements, and then they're going to be running everything from then on out with the funds that they have.
So I just want to make sure, did you all hear what Barry just said? So the 18 million is going to get us up to a standard, and that's pretty much going to be funded by penny. After that 0.25 mils, there'll have to be capital in that too. Yes. There'll have to be a capital and probably some reserves in there.
That's correct.
You're not using the whole 0.25 for operations is what I'm getting at.
Correct.
Yes? No? I mean,
Right. Well, and just to be clear, the capital outside of that 18 million CIP to renovate those facilities, there are some operating capital dollars, let's call it, that need to be done for some fencing and some field improvements at the SYAA facility because it was in such poor condition. That was operated under a separate organization. They didn't have the funds to keep the fields in the shape that they need to be safe. And they had a couple, I think it's 2 or 3 fields on the eastern side of that complex that were basically abandoned. The lights weren't working, fences were no longer there. So I know they put together some dollars in their budget to be able to make those fields playable while Cross Bayou is closed down, because they're basically losing 7 baseball fields next season that won't be available again until a year from next fall season.
So there is some plan somewhere that we can see that talks about that capital infusion up front and the ongoing capital. And the capital infusion up front, I'm sure, is done in concert with us because it's penny money, and also that ongoing capital that's going to be needed because that's what happens. I mean.
So, as Paul said, at the SYA complex, there are 3 baseball fields that have been underutilized or not used over several years. Because of the $100,000 that comes out of the general fund every year, some of our complexes get that, not exactly on October 1st. We have to meet conditions that Paul required before we get that money, so some of that money has come in later. So we polled all 3 sports complexes to see if they have enough money existing now to maintain the operation and maintenance through the end of the calendar year. So come October 1st, if we get the $250,000, we're going to take those first 3 months of taxpayer money to put into capital to rehabilitate those fields, to make them playable, and then have to do some creative programming and scheduling for losing 6 baseball fields and going into 3 additional, plus what we have at Seminole Junior Warhawks as well.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just looking through my notes here and the files from our budget presentations, and I see where it was requested that, the $900,000 was what was going to be needed. I'm just looking to see if there's a breakdown of that in here. So 899. Have you done that analysis yet, Steve, of where the money's actually going to go? I mean, I just see it's like very much at a 30,000-foot level.
We provided OMB a line item of our budget.
We can email this out to commissioners, so you have a breakdown?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we need to get that to commissioners.
Okay.
So, yeah, so they're going to email that to all of us so we have a breakdown of the budget.
Okay. Yeah, because all I see is just it's at a very high level. It doesn't really break it down.
We can.
Yeah.
OMB has it now, so I'm sure they'll just send it to you
Right now.
Yeah, and I remember when they were here prior, and I apologize, I don't remember your name.
This is Amanda Felton.
Amanda. Amanda did a really great job on really kind of going through everything. Can't remember everything off the top of my head, but I remember you did a really good, thorough job, so.
Oh, and also, you got to remember, this is our first year doing this. This is a stab in the dark for us. We've taken our expenses of all 3 complexes and put them together with some inflationary factors to get to the numbers that we're at. The biggest line item in our budget is going to be the sports turf maintenance. And while we have some preliminary numbers, when we put that out for bid, we don't know what it's going to come back as.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm sure you've had some conversations with the East Lake director who actually has more of a program like you guys are doing. I mean, the Palm Harbor is a lot more recreational programming.
And they have other income coming in as well.
Yeah, so I mean, but their operation is pretty tight, and they get a lot of capital generation because they have capital needs out there that are ongoing. So I'm assuming that in your .25 mils over the years, there'll be a buildup of some reserve levels because that's on you guys.
Right.
For the most part. I mean, we're trying to make sure that that basic infrastructure is up to speed, but.
We expect to build up reserves as we go along, as we fine tune our budget. This is, like I said, our first year, so.
That's a lot of work that they've stood up, so this is a volunteer thing for them. They've done a great job.
How many, on the operational side, how many full-time employee or E's are you going to have?
I think we're going to mirror East Lake. We're going to, have one executive director, similar to what Mark Sanders does.
Okay, and the rest of it will be subbed out for services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment, just wanted to thank you all for all the work that you've put into getting us to this point. It's been a long, 2016 was when we did the 280 whatever thousand it was for the study of this, the 3 facilities and how to work it out. So appreciate all the families and the parents that have put the time in to get us to where we are today.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Long.
I'm curious if you know how many parent volunteers you have working on this program.
Well, right now the volunteers are all working on the individual sports programs and at the complex level. There are 7 volunteer board members of the USA board that have met 3 times so far, where we're working on, we just voted in our bylaws, working on policies and procedures. So that's where we are at our level.
Well, having been involved in the very beginning when the district was first created, I have to say you have come a long way. So I think it's important to remember where you started and where you are today and how much progress has been made on behalf of our little ones in that community. So thank you.
It's all for the kids, right?
Amen.
That's why we're here.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions or comments? So I'm thinking that Barry's looking for consensus on a .25 mil.
Well, yeah, if you're comfortable, obviously we'll send you out their detailed budget, but, you know, as he said, it's first year up and running. They're kind of concerned about not knowing what they don't know, you know, and
Yeah.
so.
And that's consistent with what East Lake and Palm Harbor kind of are getting, so.
It is.
So do I have consensus? Can we have some nodding heads? Yes, yes,
Yep.
yes, yes.
Perfect.
Commissioner Flowers? Yes. Okay, you got your
Hey, we got-
direction.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and next. Okay, so it's on the microphone. We'll be discussing beach and water safety. And you sent that one out to Commissioner Scott as well? We did. Okay.
Yes.
Talked about this, you know, at some length, and we currently provide lifeguards at 3 of our facilities, at obviously Fort DeSoto, Sand Key, and Fred Howard. This is not new to you. We've discussed this for some time. The problem we're having is, you know, it's very likely 50% of the time that you actually go to the beach where you're expecting a guard, there's not going to be a guard there. And we're going to have a sign that says, no lifeguard on duty, swim at your own risk, because we simply don't have the guards available to be able to staff them. And this has been a change over the decade. Commissioner Peters was telling me about her sons that worked out there, you know, but we're having a really hard time finding guards. And so that's the reality that we're facing today. So the question is do we modify it based on risk? So obviously Fort DeSoto is our most remote beach. It is some distance from a fire station. The other 2, both Fred Howard and Fort DeSoto, have fire stations right next to it, right next to the entrance. So it's very different. If you look, though, you know, Clearwater is the only place on 35 miles of beach besides our 3 parks where there's lifeguards. So you go down through Indian Rocks Beach, you go down through some very busy areas, St. Pete Beach. There are no guards anywhere. And so they're swim at your own risk, you know, and so that falls on local public safety folks to be able to do that. So we've prepared some talking points and some different budgets to be able to kind of have this discussion. And, you know, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's a question of risk and how much money we want to spend. But Paul's here. He's the one that's looked at the data, looked at the times that they've been out in the water, you know, but sometimes you can't even tell that. Just because they're out in the water, you know, you could have called 911 and had a fire rescue there. Same thing that occurs in Madeira Beach, in St. Pete Beach, or whatever. So here's some statistics, here's some dollars, and Paul's here to be able to kind of have this discussion with you. So with that, I turn it over for your discussion.
Any thoughts, comments? Commissioner Lavella.
If we did this, would there be one lifeguard, like, assigned to an area?
Well,
Which one?
Like, so say that we want to do the seasonal or year-round. Would we assign one lifeguard to, like, a section of beach?
yes, well, it'll be more than one lifeguard. Of course, lifeguards have to rotate, but we would be looking at, in a year-round program, having lifeguards there full-time. For instance, if we're looking at Fort DeSoto, it's 5 full-time guards and 4 full-time seasonal guards would be required. And if we're looking at Sand Key, it would be 4 full-time guards and 3 full-time seasonal guards. And when I say full-time seasonal, I'm talking about that April to Labor Day that we do now. And then Fred Howard, we would do it with just 4 full-time guards.
But help me understand this. Like, do lifeguards, are they together, like on the lifeguard stand, like how far away are they from each other?
Right, so, of course, at all of our parks, we have lifeguard stands, and
Right.
I don't know the exact number, it's so many yards they're required to be if you're guarding each stand, but, at sometimes, depending on the number of people, there may be 2 guards in one stand, keeping an eye over the area where most of the people are. When it's busier, they're going to spread out to the 2 or 3 stands in the case of Fort DeSoto, where you would have staff overlooking it, and then they rotate through. They can only spend so much time looking out at the water before they get eye fatigue, so it requires them to move and come off the stand for so many minutes per hour, things like that.
Okay.
But this is what we would need if you wanted to have a full-time staffed program. That's the number of employees that would get that done.
Commissioner, the issue is it's hard to find people just for a season, right? That's been the hard part, is finding people that'll work really, and you actually run it May through, or no, is it April?
April, yeah.
So April to September. We're having a hard time finding people that just work during that time period. So his proposal for DeSoto or for, a more robust, if you wanted to go there, is if you have full-time people, it's easier to hire people because it's full-time. And it may be an entryway, and they eventually become an EMT, or, they have like some kind of career path that they go out and do. But it'll be easier to hire full-time. The hard part is finding some of the part-time. We can still find them, and they have that built into the budget, but you've got a more reliance upon full-time, year-round staff.
Sure. So now I have a question for our county attorney, and this will come across very heartless, but I apologize in advance. So if there's not a lifeguard on duty and there's a sign that says there's no lifeguard on duty, somebody theoretically could not sue us if their family member drowned. If, for instance, so let's just say that now there's a lifeguard on duty, and that lifeguard, so the sign comes down and people suspect that if their loved one is drowning, somebody will rescue them. If that lifeguard is in the bathroom, not paying attention or whatever, would that cause us to then be sued if their loved one is not saved?
Commissioner, and let me preface this by saying I had met with Commissioner Latvala when I heard this discussed at a work session, and relayed to him that there had been some case law in Florida that indicated that if you put lifeguards out on the beach, you assume a duty, and therefore you're liable for issues. I did some further research after the 2 of you met. I didn't do it. I asked my staff to do it. There has been a statute passed since that case law came out, and I was going to follow up with you, so I'm happy that you asked the question. The state of Florida has, since that case law came out, passed a statute that eliminates our liability. So it recognizes what it calls the inherent danger of constantly changing surf and other naturally occurring conditions, and basically eliminates our liability, even if we do put lifeguards there. So to follow up on, I know some of the questions that you asked me when the two of us met, if they were gone to the bathroom, no liability. If someone was swimming maybe later at night when there were not lifeguards stationed somewhere where they would be during the day, still no liability. In theory, we can always be sued, but there is a state statute that has been passed that would limit our liability. And it basically, so long as it's due to the natural conditions.
Right.
Now, if we had a lifeguard out there who acted negligently, himself or herself, in the course of performing their duties, there could potentially be some liability that way. But just the mere decision to have them there, and have some kind of an issue would not automatically create liability.
Okay. So, I've always been vocal about Fort DeSoto, and I know you have Fort DeSoto as an option, as a single one, if you decide not to do it at the others. And Fort DeSoto is different and unique. It's not like the other two. We've got campgrounds there. We've got inner canals with canoe trails. A lot of the issues, and they're at least when my 2 sons were lifeguarding, they had more lost child issues, right? So a child's missing. The park is so huge. You've got wildlife in there that is dangerous as well. And so the lifeguards aren't just necessarily sitting in a chair, but when a child goes missing, they had such a strategic plan on how they could cover that entire park to find that child, right? So what the lifeguards do at Fort DeSoto is very different than just sitting in a chair looking at water. You know, they end up with snake bites, not just stingray stings, but snake bites. I mean, there's all kinds of things. And then you always have to have the one going out to find the nude bathers that, you know, have to quickly put their sock on. There's a lot that goes on at Fort DeSoto. It's very different than the wide open Key Park. It's very different than the other parks. And so, you know, back, I want to say this was late 90s, early 2000s, the county partnered with the city of St. Petersburg, and in the springtime, they would do lifeguard training sessions at Walter Fuller Park, and that's how they recruited their lifeguards. And you know, my memory serves that the only time they really had trouble back then with part-time lifeguards, because they were using 16-year-olds, now we don't. I think we could consider going back to 16-year-olds. Maybe not having them drive trucks on the beach if that's what happened, they ran over somebody, but you know, maybe an ATV or something like that. But they didn't have trouble with the high school kids. And when they had trouble was in August when those college kids were going back. But the college kids always came back, and they used that as their summer job because they could make enough money to sustain them through school the following year. And so we never really had trouble with that. I don't know why we're having trouble now. If we're not doing the training with St. Pete to recruit the lifeguards we need, or doing the training with other cities, I mean, that's what you all did before. I don't know if you're doing that now.
We used to have a junior lifeguard program, as you mentioned, and what happened with the junior lifeguard program is a couple of things. One, because we were no longer able to hire 16-year-olds, we would get kids trained up 12, 13, 14 years old, and then they're gone. You know, they're off doing other things, and whether or not they come back is another question, or if they prefer to use their lifeguard skills in a swimming pool. But the other issue that I think has hurt us with the college calendar has changed a lot since it was 20 years ago. Schools are starting earlier, and you know, they're leaving us now at the beginning of August unless you're going to school locally. So that's hurt us. Kids who go out of state, they want to take a couple of weeks of vacation, you know, before they go back to school. So we get really thinned down in August. But, you know, one of the things that I did want to mention is, as Barry mentioned, our issue isn't with, I don't believe, just from talking to some of our guards, isn't with being able to find full-time lifeguards. The issue is that part-time thing. You know, our pay is commensurate with the city of Clearwater's lifeguard pay. You know, and I've had people approach us, hey, are you ever going to go to a full-time guard? I'd love to be a full-time guard, but you know, I got to find something to do now because Labor Day is just around the corner.
I have more, but Commissioner Scott has his hand up, so I'll wait.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know at one of our last work sessions or meetings, Commissioner Latvala brought up the concept of using or classifying lifeguards under Visit St. Pete Clearwater, so we could potentially use bed tax dollars for this. Is that a realistic possibility? I'm assuming that the current lifeguards are funded through general funds through the park. So is that a realistic possibility that we could find a way to use TDC funds for this purpose?
We had the county attorney's office look at that, and the short answer is no.
Not totally.
Okay, well, not totally.
We couldn't pay for the personnel.
Yeah.
We could, in theory, pay for some of the capital improvements, but you would need to amend your tourist development plan, which I know is has been part of a discussion. We think that like the lifeguard stations, you might be able to pay for if we amended our plan to include beach park facilities.
But the capital is minor. It's the real question's operating, and the operating dollars can't be used.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but on that front, to your assessment, we have TDC funds operating, we have capital funds. The capital funds certainly understand. We have employees now that are reimbursed fully by that they're working over there. Operational salaries are reimbursed or not paid, they're paid for through the TDC funds. So the idea of part of the year, which is the really high tourist time of the year, being employees, to me, why wouldn't that be reimbursable? I mean, I just don't understand that
The
part.
employees that you have working for the CVB are on the promotional side of the House, which is specifically allowed by the statute, but the statute does limit the expenditure of TDT for personnel for public safety services, which this would be, to counties that have fewer than 950,000 residents, which we do not obviously qualify for.
Yeah, heaven forbid that we use money for tourists that are public safety and can't be used for those dollars. And the things that you can use them for are sometimes so bizarre that it doesn't make any sense to me. But again, these are areas I think we have to kind of pull together when we're having our conversations annually with our legislators. This is a big deal. I mean, this is a big decision, and it's a lot of money. It affects our budget, a big deal. So thank you.
Commissioner Latvel.
So, and I mentioned this kind of rather flippantly last meeting, but to Commissioner Eggers' point, what if these lifeguards are passing out tourist brochures to tourists when they're not on the lifeguard stand? Isn't that part of the mission of the TDC? And as such, couldn't we at least pay for part of their salary because they're doing outreach to tourists?
I would be hesitant to go there. First and foremost, we wouldn't want our lifeguards handing out brochures if they're supposed to be monitoring the swimmers and other, patrons out there. I don't think we could get there. I mean, especially with a statute that specifically says, for the public safety that you have to be in a county 950,000 or less. I think that I would be uncomfortable giving a legal opinion that we could do that.
Okay, so I reached out to Lellman Fire Department because I think what Clearwater is doing in using EMTs is smart and it's a feeder system. And the response I got was they couldn't do it this year. They didn't have enough notice. They didn't know what the budget impact would be, but they would look at it and consider it for next year. So again, now that impacts how did they get paid, how do they manage that, how do they manage the budget. But I think it's a great recruitment tool for not only the fire department, but I think it's a great recruitment tool for Sunstar. And Sunstar has had to come back to us before. They can't get enough personnel. There aren't enough EMTs. And so you take the qualifications from lifeguard and / EMT. Now, many firefighters are not very good lifeguards. So I think there has to be a caveat that they really know life-saving in water, because the training they get in school is very minimal on the training in water. And so that would be my, and I don't know how Clearwater is doing their training, if it's strictly EMTs out there, but you can get an EMT out there that's trained and would drown because they don't know life-saving tricks, right? Water life-saving.
And the swim
Yeah, and the swimming
requirements
part.
are huge.
So, and to be a lifeguard, you do have to swim quite a long way, and, so as long as they've got that training and caveat, I think it's just a brilliant way to have a feeder system into our EMS and to our fire services. I think it's a great idea. How to fund it, I don't know. But if you had somebody that was willing to manage it, like Lellman, if they were willing to manage it, and it might not be this year, but maybe the following year, we kind of do a plan on this, or a strategic plan for it. And again, I don't know how to pay for it. But I just think, we had another drowning in Madeira Beach. I know we're not talking about Madeira Beach, but every time there's a drowning, that's bad news. That family's not coming back here, and anyone that knows that person's not coming here because someone they care for died there. It's a shame to lose a life that way. Commissioner Long.
Not to interrupt you, but I would be very hesitant to focus on using Lealman for that kind of a plan, simply because they have no beach. Where do they plan to train these people?
Well,
Now you're talking about taking them off duty to go somewhere out of their territory?
no, they'd have to create a program and hire these folks and manage it because they manage the Tierra Verde area under a fire contract. That's the reason. And we had approached them before, and I know Commissioner.
He said that you did.
Yeah, Commissioner Peters approached them too. You know, it's just going to require more discussion. We're not there yet. So I think we have a couple of options. We can do status quo. We can keep it the way we're doing. We'll do the best we can, and then continue to operate a program, or we go in one of these different directions. Each one of them has, you know, fiscal impacts. I mean, we had a request from one of the fire chiefs to, you know, put beach guards all the way up and down 35 miles of beach. No, that's great, but somebody's got to pay for that.
Right.
You know, I mean, cities are choosing not to do that, you know, and so everybody's taking a certain amount of, you know, risk and making choices with the dollars they have available. So, you know, we've created 3 options, and
So just to finish my thought is, how hard would it be to go back to 16-year-olds if we don't want to go to year-round? And I'll get to you, Commissioner Eggers.
That would be a question we would have to ask risk management. That rule came to us many years ago through risk management, so we would have to check. But I know I had made the inquiry when we had previous to one of our work sessions over the past year, and the county's insurance broker said that that was a bad idea to take on 16-year-olds in those roles.
Because they were pretty good when they were 16 and 17. Okay, so Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, well, that was going to be one of the things I was asking about. And the other was, there are beaches around the state of Florida. We got lots of them. And some of them, like many of our beaches, don't have lifeguards, and some of them do. Do we have, like, statistics where even with lifeguards, there's drownings? Or is it pretty much where there's lifeguards, there are no drownings? And how do those, and again, I don't know that we have, you know, that kind of data available, but I mean, I would think that having lifeguards, and to your point, and to what, you know, Jewel was saying, there's a level of expectation that rises from the public. And so if for some reason there is still a death while there's a lifeguard, it's like, well, what did you do wrong? Because you were supposed to cover. So I was just curious if there was that kind of information available that help.
I don't have it. I can tell you that we have not had a drowning on a guarded beach. You know, we've had incidents outside of the swim zone. We've had incidents at Fort DeSoto where someone's tried to swim across Bunce's Pass. But as far as within the swim area of a guarded beach, we haven't had an issue, at least for many, many years. I can't recall any occurring on our beaches while guarded.
How about the city of Clearwater? How about the city of Clearwater? They've had guards for...
Yeah. I don't know what their statistics are.
Yeah, but a comment that you made also about Fort DeSoto Beach being so isolated, to me, it kind of screams for something. And again, I'm not sure what it is and how it gets funded, but the other beaches are a little bit closer to, you know, some...
Yeah, there's a fire station literally at the entrance to each of the other 2 beaches. Not that they're going to want to take that duty on, but the reality is if our guards responding, so are they. You know, so, because the guard, you know, is not an EMT, and so it's likely it's going to be a dual response. That's the reason we put a Fort DeSoto only option there for you. That would fit within the existing budget.
And the fire stations at the front of each one of those, are they the same department or is it separate departments?
No, it would be Tarpon Springs and Clearwater. And we did talk to the city managers of both.
Okay. So, and Clearwater's funding that out of their general fund, right? Their lifeguards? Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as I know, you're looking for direction.
If we
I
can
know, that's
revisit
what
it if
he's-
you want. If you're not ready, I'm fine. I just wanted to start the discussion.
Yeah, I don't know if we're ready. What I can tell you, I can't live with not having guards at Fort DeSoto, because it's just more than, I mean, I know you have a park ranger there, right? You still have a park ranger there. It's more than that because of the campground and because there's just, it's a lot over there. So I wouldn't be comfortable. Now, I understand the part-time problem, I really do. I'd love to brainstorm and come up with some really good solutions for that. I think working with Lellman is a great option. If they can do the model like Clearwater does. And we could even consider that with Tarpon Springs and the other, if that was something they were willing to take on. Again, we'd have to come up with how we fund it.
That'd be an additional $500,000 to do all three. And that's, that becomes a dollar issue. So if you wanted to do all three, then it's about a $500,000 more. If we wanted to do a Fort DeSoto option, we can live within the existing budget. We can also go back between now and then and revisit the risk management issue and with our broker and see what that risk is and what that cost is, and we can bring that back to you.
I think that's brilliant, because if we could go back to 16 and the junior lifeguard program, and it wasn't even the junior lifeguard program, it was the partnership with St. Petersburg that did the lifeguard training and certification before season started, so that everybody could be staffed up when season started. That really generated enough lifeguards to get going.
They held the
And
certification.
the junior lifeguard was like, I really like this, I want to do it, was great. And that was also part of the duties of the lifeguards, was to handle that camp, that lifeguard, junior lifeguard camp, and train them and keep them happy and busy. So I would like, if you could do that, maybe
do
even
that.
before we do a decision.
Okay.
Because if there's a way to get that back and
solution.
operational, then maybe we have a solution without having to go full-time and then generating extra money. So that would be my recommendation. Any other, Commissioner Latvala?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment about the overall budget. It seems like we have reserves upon reserves upon reserves. And our reserves accounts have reserve accounts in some places. And just in the parks budget, it looks like it's the reserve account is going up $2 million. I hope my friend Commissioner Eggers makes the same motion that he made last year in trying to lower our reserve amount, because I think 18% is a very healthy reserve amount, or 18.5, whatever it was last year that you tried to get it lowered to. And that gives us, some wiggle room and places, that we want to reallocate our funds or our residents' funds. And I don't think, just from a high level view, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to ask our residents to dip into their savings account to put something into our savings account.
Yeah, great.
And so, that's just my 2 cents.
So I agree with that, but I guess what we need is a recommendation for Barry on
can go back
any of
and-
these,
I can
or
go
to look into
research.
risk. I think we come back to this.
Yeah, I'd rather come back. Let me get the information on the 16-year-olds, and we've kind of fleshed it out, so we can kind of jump to that and make a decision next time, if you're okay.
Okay. So the next question.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Scott, I didn't see the hand go up.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Just a comment, and just looking at these three options that we have here, I agree with what Commissioner Latvala said on the reserve side, and in the big scheme of things, we're talking about $500,000, which is not even a rounding error in our budget. But just from a pure risk management standpoint, our biggest exposure, from my opinion anyways, is Fort DeSoto. As we've talked about here, there are fire stations very close to the entrance of the other parks. So looking at those options, if we had to pick one of those three and we wanted to stay within the budget, I would probably vote for or support having Fort DeSoto year round. because that is the most remote, the largest park that we have. And to me, from my perspective, that seems to be where our biggest exposure is. But I'd be curious, I'd like to see the other options that Barry and staff are going to look at.
Okay. So you got your.
Yep, I got what I need.
So my next question is, we have one more budget discussion, maybe two, because Commissioner Eggers sent an email. And then we have the agenda review. It's getting, kind of close to lunchtime. Do we want to take, I don't think we ordered lunch.
We did not.
So, but do you want to take a little break or do you want to power through? Power through. I'm seeing nods. So I guess we're going to power through. If you need to use the bathroom, just go ahead and feel free to do that, I guess. And we'll go on to the sheriffs.
So, Commissioner, last time there was a discussion about, adding, some additional funding for the sheriff. We actually need to address some ways in which we calculated the sheriff's budget, especially on the non-bargaining side. But there was a request directly from the PBA, and which really kind of bypasses our process. Our process is this year, when you asked me to set priorities for the budget and you gave me the priorities you were looking for, one of those became reducing the levy. You asked us to address about 4 specific target areas. And so we went out, we worked with our departments, including the constitutionals and the sheriff had certain needs that he was looking to accomplish. You provided 13-14% over the last 2 years into the sheriff's union contracts to be able to get them up to a competitive level. And they're competitive with all, they're above almost all except for probably St. Petersburg, and they're very close to them. But separate from the amount that they're receiving, it's a question of setting those priorities and letting the sheriff negotiate through at a bargaining table versus having that be accomplished in a different way. The sheriff had other needs. He come back with needs for his healthcare contracts. And so we provided, I think, an 18%, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, an 18% increase in his budget that was built into those recommendations for him to cover increased costs in healthcare. He had a need for a couple positions over in investigations or in one of his areas that he needed to shore up. He was looking at accomplishing upgrades to his range, of which we're working on the capital side. So we sat down, and there's a lot of different needs and areas, and we tried to address those. I purposely held off on doing a salary study for our departments, of which we could compare those because there would be a cost associated with that, and it didn't align necessarily with the priorities of the commission. We're providing a decent salary increase. We are competitive. We're certainly not the highest, and we probably have other areas that we need to address. But the goals this year, at your direction, was for us to lower the property tax millage. And so we've accomplished that through that. And so I think that doing it in that manner, as a policy board setting that and then letting this go out through a variety of means and working with our constitutional officers to accomplish that is the most appropriate way in which to address budget issues. They will revisit and make sure they're competitive, in each year and in future years. And so I would recommend that we stay the course with how we address, our budgets in this year's budget.
Any comments, questions? Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last month, Commissioner Eggers asked about looking at changing the 4.25% employee pay raise, I think, to 3%, 3.5%.
Well, that's what was in the original discussions in June.
Commissioner Eggers, you need a microphone.
The original budget in June that we were looking at had 3% baked in, I think, Chris, right?
Well, we put in a plug number of 3%.
Whatever.
Yes,
Baked
you're
in,
correct.
whatever, plugged in. And then what you came back to us with in the budget proposal was the 4.25. And so the only question was, how did that affect, by different levels, how would that affect?
Have y'all run the numbers on the changing the 4.25 to 3%?
We ran them back in July. I don't have them at my fingertips right now. My apologies, Commissioner.
Okay. If you can get that.
But one of the things that accomplished between that time and that is to get area, municipal rates and what other people are doing. And so that's how we established that. When we start the budget process out, it's in April. And so nobody, I don't have anything to compare it to. And so the difference between what we do as a plug number and that number is based upon our salaries surveys that we do with the area municipalities. What we recommended is at the low end of what area municipalities are providing. And remember, the 4.25 is all they receive. We do not have steps in any of our plans.
No, and you know, I appreciate our county employees. And I imagine during the beach day that we have, I will not be participating in the dodgeball because I'll be a target. But, you know, there's a difference between what our county employees do and a sheriff's deputy that is, you know, signing up to get shot at or signing up to drive 90 miles down the road to save somebody's life, you know, and putting their life in danger. And I think we should prioritize our budget as such.
I don't disagree with the statement made about our law enforcement officers throughout the county, all of them, you know, and that's the reason over the last 2 years you provided a significant amount of funding, 14%, to get their wages up to where they're the second highest in the county. But, you know, remember that the dispatcher there in the sheriff's office is sitting right next to my 911 dispatcher. And to say that there's a difference between them, when in fact the sheriffs probably are making more money than them, you know, when we just had a recent flood, and our public works employee was out trying to pump down lines where people didn't have sewage in their home during the storm event, or our public works people clearing out the debris to where we could take that storm, the brunt of that storm. They're on the first line of our emergency response. And so they're all important. You know?
And I understand that, but, and, you know, we don't have to do 4 million. And, you know, that was just something to start a conversation. But I think when we, you know, and I'm very appreciative of the budget that we did last year. It was very important to the sheriff. You know, but when we do pay raises, the sheriff's budget should definitely be part of that.
They are.
And you know, and if, you know, the board doesn't want to do that, that's fine. It's something that I, you know, mentioned as a, you know, topic to discuss.
Commissioner Eggers.
So one of the things in terms of trying to make sure that we're comparing apples and apples, because I don't frankly understand it, so it's probably way over my head, but maybe not if you guys try hard enough. There's a STEP program at the sheriff's office, and,
yes,
and on top of their raise, and I'm not sure how that compares effectively. So the steps, I just don't understand it. So I just want to make sure it's not really a 3% raise. They're getting more than that through the STEP program. So just wanting to make sure I understand that piece so that it.
So I think there's two issues. One, yes, they get. So the amount that is included in, they get that automatically on October 1st. And then at their anniversary date, they also get a step, depending upon where they're at. Some people may be at the max, right? Well, that means that they're at the top end of the range, you know? So, and that's the difference between even sheriff's non-bargaining and the bargaining. The bargaining unit has steps, the non-bargaining do not. And so that amount, depending upon where they're at, can be, you know, 1, 2, 3. It can be a lot. I don't know the exact structure, and there's differences, I'm sure, between the, you know, an officer and a sergeant and a lieutenant and things like that. So I don't have that, but it provides more money on an annualized basis, but it's based upon their anniversary date. They also receive that step.
Well, I think it's two things are important. One is how our sheriff department compare to others. And are we in line? And I think you're saying, for the most part, we're close. We're behind St. Petersburg.
That's it, barely.
Okay, but it's close.
It is.
So I think that's important, and we're doing okay there. And the second piece is just making sure, and I don't think we're ready to have that discussion right now, but to understand what that STEP program means. So it means during the year at their anniversary, they get a bump.
Yes.
So that bump is if you take their base salary, they get that bump, and then they get their 3% annualized. So there's a greater than 3%. And does that step happen every year? Does it happen every other year, every 5 years? I
think I'd have to get with the sheriff on that, and I don't mind doing that. I think my caution is that we shouldn't be bargaining.
No, I'm not trying to bargain.
I know you're not, but by engaging with that discussion, that's kind of what we get into, and I understand that. I think the sheriff, when he comes in, last year he come in and if you recall, he said, here are brackets and here are other people, and we updated his salary based upon his kind of complete review.
And I think that's the most important thing.
And so I think that's the
just
piece we
understanding
should do.
conceptually how steps work would be helpful.
I had this discussion with him. I didn't ask all the detailed question you just asked me, but I know they receive it on their anniversary date. I think it's every year, but I don't want to misspeak.
And again, I appreciate your comment about not negotiating with the PBA in our workshops, in our budget here. That's not what we're trying to do. It's just trying to understand the unique nature of their salaries that we don't have with our employees.
I'd have to get more information for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the role of the PBA, and it is their job to advocate for their members. I understand where they're coming from. However, there is an employer-employee relationship here between the sheriff and his team and his staff. And for us to go around that any way would be short-circuiting that relationship. And I just don't, that is not our role at all, and I just don't think that is a good idea. The sheriff owns that relationship, and that's the way it needs to stay. The sheriff is the elected law enforcement professional in this county. He has a STEP program that he has designed that gets him the results that he needs. If that STEP program is not producing the results he needs, he'll change it. If he needs our help in changing that, he'll ask for it. So I think that we need to leave this one with the sheriff.
Hey, are you ready, Commissioner Long? Okay.
I would like to go on the record as totally 100,000% supporting everything that Commissioner Scott just said, because I come from a family that has law enforcement people in it. And I can tell you that these issues are very complex and very complicated, and dealing with union negotiations is extremely hard. So it's my opinion that if Sheriff Gualtieri wanted this extra money for his staff people, he would have been asking for it. And so because this has not come from him, I would be very reluctant to support it, because we worked really, really hard on our budget. It's Barry's job to communicate with the sheriff if there are needs that, we have not met, number one. But number two, I've had my own conversations with Sheriff Gualtieri about what his needs are and what it is that we could do that we aren't doing, and we've worked on those issues as well. So I don't support going outside of the process that we have, regardless of what the PBA does. That's not our business, and we don't settle their issues, and we don't get involved in them. So I'm very happy with what we have before us, and that's where my thoughts are. Thank you for letting me speak my mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers.
And the only piece I was adding to it, and I don't disagree, that was just giving us a 101 class on what that is. I have no idea, because when I talk to people, I'd like to be educated up on what steps are, what that means in general. And when the PBA comes in and talks to us, I'd like to be able to at least understand that concept, because I don't. So again, I'm not suggesting, I said, most importantly, how do we stack up in the market? And I think we do. I think we're doing pretty well. And the sheriff does his job in checking us.
And
when-
he, you know,
when we
and the
need
sheriff
adjustments.
works with us. I mean, when I sat down with him, I asked him to hold the line, right? Because you asked me to hold the line, right? And so this was a compromise on looking at all the factors and all the different needs.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having worked in the Human Resources Department and particularly using STEP programs in Pinellas County Schools, just like they do in other entities, if an individual gets at the top of their pay range for whatever their particular role or position is, then it doesn't qualify them for any additional raise.
Correct.
But they receive that step that still allows them to receive some type of financial gain for the work that they're doing. So they're still accommodated for the work they're doing. It just doesn't move them beyond that range. So I'm just explaining what the steps are. When I served on St. Pete City Council, we created steps in order to help accommodate some officers who were sergeants or lieutenants or what have you, because that was the way that they could receive financial remuneration if they were at the top of the pay grade for whatever role or position that they have. Everybody's anniversary date is, you know, different depending on when they come in and when they get hired. So it wouldn't be a raise for all of the officers during a certain time frame when it comes to anniversary dates, because it depends on when you were hired and what your anniversary date is. I did speak with, because I asked the question, I did have a conversation with the sheriff, and I'm not stepping on anything that anyone else has said, but he was aware of what the PBA was communicating, so I just don't want the public to think that he was not. And I guess it's kind of like any other role or position. I may not ask for it, but if I get it, I'm sure not going to refuse it. So, and you know, and this is how I'll use it. So I just wanted to share that. I didn't want any, and I'm not saying anyone said this, but I just don't want anyone to think that perhaps the sheriff wasn't aware of what it was that the PBA would be asking for on behalf of their officers. I also understand, as many of you as well, that both the PBA and the fire departments and others, it depends on who gets to their budget first. So if one municipality gets to their budget, they settle it, and this is how much individuals are making, then that's what's sometimes used as a bargaining tool for those entities who have not yet settled their budget. And they say, well, so-and-so's paying this, and this is where it places us. Commissioner Eggers did ask a question about looking at salary comparison. If you want to look at salary comparison, I would also include looking at other sheriff departments, not just St. Pete PD or Clearwater or whatever. I would compare it to Pinellas County Sheriff's, Hillsborough, you know, sheriffs, and just kind of look holistically at that. I think the other good thing too is the salary study, because I guess that wasn't done or completed when we had our initial discussions and when the sheriff presented before us. And so that would, I believe, Commissioner Eggers kind of bring into play that study where other sheriff officers are in comparison to our sheriff, and then where other municipal police departments are. Because some of our municipalities, our sheriff covers them. So I would entertain conversation and communication. I don't put one person's, I try not to put one person's needs over the other because we all need some help. But I do believe that there is a difference when you look at job descriptions for individuals. So I just wanted to share that information as it relates to my experience in STEP programs and what that STEP program allows you to be able to do to show your employee, I know you're at the top of your pay grade, E8, E5, whatever, but this is what we can do in order to buffer you so that there is still some movement for that person financially.
So if you're not at the top, you're just in the middle of the range, there's no step for those individuals?
There are
There's
different
steps all the way until you get to the top. And remember, if your grade is 50 to 80,000, I'm making this up, which our deputies start, I think, at 68.
68, something like
or no, 66. But if
St.
it's
St. Peter's
if it's 60
68.
to 80, if you're at the top of the range, well then you're making 80. You're making more than the others. So yes, and that's how the steps. I'll get the details
That's fine.
of how their
Again,
step works.
I just
but-
want to make sure I understand how they work, that's all.
Yeah, and I can provide that. And to answer your question, we're well ahead of both Hillsborough County and Pasco County.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. The STEP plan that the sheriff has, that's like any part of their benefits package, the STEP plan is part of the structure negotiated by the union with the sheriff or his designee.
Okay, any more conversations? Barry, do you feel like you have the direction you need?
If I'm reading the room, I can dispose of this item and I won't make any adjustments to our proposed budget. I will bring back an amount because we have to recalculate as non-bargaining piece. Other than that, we'll leave it as is.
Okay. So next up, we have Commissioner Eggers has an item he wants to bring up. I'm just going to pass it to you. I was going to go look up the title of it, but I'm going to just let you go ahead. Microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I have 4 items that, no, we're not going to talk about all 4 of them today, but I wanted to get with Chris to make sure if we come back, we can maybe have some dialogue on it. One is, and it's not the one I wrote about yesterday, but is our budget as it relates to benefits. And this is more of a midterm, I don't want to call it long-term thing to look at, and I know we always do, but I think I'm hearing and I'm seeing issues that are going on about folks leaving the workforce or not coming back to the workforce, and it all goes around daycare for people. I know insurance programs, especially ones like ours, it takes all of the folks to sustain the program. The younger folks that don't use the benefits as much as the older folks because of just how life takes care of things. But I do think that as we try to be competitive and as we try to get folks that are on the line about whether to come back to work or not come back to work, all surrounding this expense, and I'm not suggesting that we even consider paying all of the expense of daycare, but I do think it's something that we need to look at going forward. And again, I'm not talking about for this budget, Barry, or but I do think that's an important piece, and it's growing in importance to people if you take the time to chat with folks. So that's the first thing. The other is we have a $10 million commitment in our current penny for environmental lands acquisition, and maybe for our next meeting you could give us an update on where we are on that. And I guess we're getting close to, but not quite at the 50, halfway through our penny, and how we're doing on that piece, just information. And yesterday, I was supposed to go to the Friends of Strays. They had a program back in June, and I couldn't go to it. So I had a tour yesterday, and just fascinating, the work that they do and the length of time that they've been doing it. But what struck me is, and we were going through their facility, we got to their surgery center, if you will. They told me about the number of spay and neutering that they did this past year, which was just astounding. And so I guess my question is, and I got some feedback there, which is why I'm asking the question, that the county doesn't do very much on this front. And I'd like to just have some information back on the numbers that we put in our budget specifically for spay and neutering efforts that are out there, and the dollars and the number that we're doing, because I think we can do better than what we're doing. But I'd really just like to have that brief conversation back here on that, and then on a one-on-one basis, Barry, maybe you could give us an update on the interview process for that director's position, as I've gotten to know more and more about the industry and the folks that work in the animal industry. It's a very important position to them. So I'm trying to make sure you keep us up to date on how we're doing and how things are going.
I will absolutely keep you up to date on how we're doing. I certainly do not want outside influences into our director selection process.
Yeah, but at the same time, we don't hire them either.
Yeah.
But this is a very, very open and interactive position with the public. And so I want to
100%
make
agree.
sure that your thoughts on that process also include our reflections. Because it is.
I would have 7 different ideas, probably.
Well, that's okay. That's all right. You get 7 different ideas on a lot of things.
What I think that what I can report to you as we develop that process is that as part of that interview process, I'm going to have people that reflect the broader community. Okay, and we've done that in a lot of cases, and we'll make sure that we do that as part of this selection process.
And that's helpful in itself.
Yes.
So thank you. And so really the only thing I wanted to bring forward, and it was a little bit, and I was remiss in the past year in not bringing it forward sooner, but I'm going to bring it forward now. There is a pier in FICSA, under the FICSA control, under basically our recreation department. It's that is part of the culture and character of Palm Harbor, definitely. I asked Erica to give me some historical context to it and how they got a hold of taking care of this facility and shouldn't necessarily be shouldering the entire cost of that replacement. And it really to me, it boiled down to they were given this responsibility back in 2011, 2012, which I found it very strange that the Chamber of Commerce of all groups was in charge of Pop Stansel Park, taking care of it, which is, I guess, because of the Rotary Pavilion down there. I don't know why, but anyway, the CSA took over that management in 2012, I believe. The pier then was replaced with something that they wouldn't dare replace piers with today, normal wood that is treated and that kind of thing. They'd use a non-natural product now whenever they do it. And so they took over the management. They got that pier that was, I think, under quality built because we did it at that time. And they have, according to her, been maintaining it over the years, and can produce that information that shows the dollars that they've invested into maintaining it. Because of the delay in getting consideration to sharing that cost, they went ahead from a safety perspective, and they've replaced it on their own using the current product, I think, that we use now on our bridges on my mind, that we use on our piers. And so all I'm saying is that they spent $190,000 of Palm Harbor resident tax dollars to replace a pier that I think, in a sense, not intentionally, and I'm not blaming people, but was not at the quality that they are today. And I think that we should share in that cost so that they can use the remaining dollars to, again, invest in capital projects for the residents of Palm Harbor. And that's, again, we're talking about raising standards. We're talking about what we're going to be doing in Seminole is we're infusing a lot of dollars to bring it up to a certain standard. And this, I think, falls a little bit in that category. So the total cost of replacement was just south of 190, and I think sharing that cost would be the least of what we should do. So that's just something I was throwing out and wanted, consideration for that. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions or discussion on this?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. When was that pier, maybe you said it, maybe I missed it, when was that pier originally built?
I don't know when it was originally built, but it was replaced. The stuff above the water, I believe, was replaced in 2011 or 2012. Okay. And Paul's coming up to correct me.
Not at all, sir. But what I will say is that I know that we had been involved in the construction of the pier back when we did all of the band shell improvements. I'm thinking that was 2005, 2006. And I know probably right around that 2012, maybe a little earlier, we had redecked that pier. But you're right, it was a wooden pier, doesn't have the composite decking that we use now.
So it's been replaced now, or
Yeah, see,
the money's been spent?
yeah, CSA has spent the 189 or whatever to replace the pier with composite decking, but not just the horizontal pieces. They've actually worked on some of the vertical pieces as well.
Okay.
So the standard has been raised, and I think appropriately so. Anyway.
Yeah, that pier, they did replace it. It's similar in design to the piers and boardwalks that we do. As a matter of fact, I think Public Works Engineering might have provided them the details.
Right, okay.
Any comments or questions? So I have some thoughts about it, and I think what they do over there, Eric, is fabulous. I mean, I think they do a fabulous job. My thought is, first off, I was a grant writer for 10 years, and never was I ever able to get a grant to reimburse me for something that was already done. So I think that's a precedent that could be a problem, to reimburse for something that's already completed and done. But they've got MSTU dollars that they could get, right? They could have asked for 20,000. They could have asked for MSTU. They could even ask to raise their MSTU if they wanted to. So I just don't know if I'm there at this point in the budget process to be looking at reimbursing for a project that was already completed. That's just my thought.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
my thought.
there was asks for it before being done, and because it's such a part of the community, and because there were safety issues, because they were trying to rope it off so that people couldn't get access to it, and people were tearing down that and going out on a safety hazard, they decided to go ahead and do it. I mean, it just wasn't worth waiting. Again, we talk about, knowingly having safety issues that are there. Even though we did what we could to kind of keep people from doing it, they do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Kids get out there and do their thing. So they went ahead and did it, and not necessarily wait for the process. It was $188,000. I guess they could have asked 5 years in a row for $20,000 to go into a fund to help build the thing, but that's what we're limiting them to on the MSTU ask. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit different than the typical MSTU ask, but anyway.
That's just my thought. I'm not disagreeing with you. Commissioner Long.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Peters. Erica's not shy. She's come before us many, many times. And if they had a hard time or they wanted to ask us for these dollars, she's had plenty of opportunity to do so during our process. So I find the timing not good at this time and place we are in our budget. This is not necessarily an emergency situation, and I think it's already been completed, so obviously they had the money.
It has been asked for in the past.
Here?
So, yeah. Well, I don't know if she came here to ask us, but it's been asked through staff. There's been discussions about this pier. This is not the first time this has been discussed. So it was discussed before it was built and before it was improved. And as I just said, the reason they went ahead and did it was because of public safety. And they didn't, we're going to wait around for another 2 years or something.
And I understand we got other
anyway,
comments. And they did do a budget presentation, and she didn't ask then. Commissioner Justice.
Thank you. I think there's a couple of things. There was conversation a long time ago about it, and I don't know what happened in the process of the requests. I do look at it as a little different than the $20,000 grants that we do for flooring or shelves or lighting or a scoreboard or something like that. That it is, as Commissioner Egger said, a real community asset, more just than Palm Harbor. So for $90,000, I think if there's a way that we can find that, I would look positively on that.
Any other conversation or discussion? Commissioner Scott, you look like you're pensive and you want to say
I'm
something.
trying to know if I get
Yeah,
the floor or not.
Yeah, I'm kind of struggling with it a little bit. On the one hand, I really, it's after the fact, so it makes it a little difficult. But on the other hand, you know, I can understand the points that Commissioner Eggers brought up, and would you know, if there's something that we could do to offset that so then they can move on to other projects. Now, I don't know, maybe it would be helpful to know what other projects they have. Do they have other projects in the pipeline that maybe they can't do now, or are there other projects they could ask for help from? I don't know, just thinking out loud here.
Yeah, there are specifically
Commissioner Eggers, was that a question, Brian, or was that just thought?
Oh, okay.
I just want to get through
No, it was a
everybody
little bit of
before
both. It's a little
debate
bit of both.
happens.
I mean, because I'm not familiar with what other projects maybe they're looking to do. Do they have funding shortfalls for other things coming down the line that perhaps we could participate in?
And I'm going to go next to Chris Latvel, and then I have a comment, and then Dave, if you want to do some rebuttal on it, that's Commissioner Latvel.
I kind of go back and forth on this one too, but if and when we lower the reserve level next month, this sounds like a worthy project perhaps at that time.
So my thought is, I like what Brian said, that I don't like the idea of reimbursing something that's done already. But if they do have another project that now has been tabled because they spent all that money, that, you know, maybe we could put that in the future and help them out there. I think that, to me, is a better way to do it versus going back and reimbursing for something that somebody's already done. It's not typically the practice that we do or anybody that gives grants does. It's just not kind of the practice. But if they've got another big project that had to get pushed back for 5 years or 3 years because they had to put this money out, then I could see coming for a request for something like that. And that makes sense to me. But from discussion, Barry, I don't know if you have.
I couldn't count to 4 one way or another, so
Okay.
I'm unclear, but just for clarification, this would come out of capital, so this would come out of our operating. So,
Oh.
you know, so it would be, if depending upon your direction, that's how we would address it if you choose to move forward, okay? So it's a little bit different than the operating dollars.
Okay, Commissioner Long.
Yeah, my question is, to me, this sets a precedent that, you know, you can complete a project and then come to us and ask for the money. Are we setting a precedent here? I mean, is this opening Pandora's box? I would not be in favor of that at all. And again, without being repetitious, I mean, they know our process, so they could have come to us at any time over the last couple of months and asked for this money.
Commissioner Eggers.
Well, I will just leave it with this. I've tried to explain that they have asked for this. They were not getting a lot of positive feedback. They weren't necessarily probably supported it, this group or whoever the staff was looking at it. And they went ahead from a public safety standpoint to do it. I just think it was the right thing for them to do, and I don't know that they should be penalized for prioritizing public safety. That's all I'm saying about it. And they do a good job. I will ask, and I've already texted her to come up with, tell me the 3 projects that you were referring to that have been put on hold because of this, and that may be something that the board would consider. I mean, I'm not counting 4 either way here today. So, you know, if this is a precedent-setting thing, then that's the word I always hear uttered when there's a not wanting to do something that is for the betterment of our community and from a public safety standpoint, super critical. But again, I respect your thoughts and opinions on it, but I do think it's extremely important that the standard that we're handed is what we should live to. And I think the standard that's there today, if staff was going to replace that bridge or that pier today, it would be different than the one they did 10 years ago, and they wouldn't be having this discussion because the way they hold up. So again, that's enough time spent on this.
I've got a question, Barry. And we replaced it, Paul said, what year?
So it's about 2012,
12,
something
okay.
like that. And
So the composite, I don't even know, is that widely used back then? But my question is, if we did it before, why did we not do it this time?
So I'll let Paul answer the question with regard why we did we didn't use composite back then.
Well, and
but
that I'm interested, but I also want to know why, if we did it before, why are we not still that partner?
Well, here's where it gets a little complicated. When we do a project like that and we build a pier, it's like with other projects, then it's their requirement to maintain it. That's where it gets fuzzy, okay? Because we put it into a treated lumber versus a composite product, and so the maintenance fell short of the time period. It didn't last for 30 years, or whatever. So that's where it gets a little bit fuzzy in terms of responsibility, and I think that that's the basis for making the request, of splitting it or, whatever. And so just so you understand from staff standpoint why they're like, well, let us take it to the commissioner brought it to you. We're kind of agnostic just because of that. But again, it'd be handled through capital, so we wouldn't have to modify our budget either way. So it's really a policy issue that I didn't want to get in the middle of as you guys are discussing it.
There was an asset policy that we came up with in 2019 or 2020 that included Pop Stansel Park as part of the area that would be covered by the county on capital. You remember, I don't know if you were here.
I was here in
we changed
2019,
that.
but I don't recall
We
that.
changed that so that we're taking care of certain structures, the outside of structures now. The FIXA doesn't take care of replacing the roof. There was a number of changes that were made. Pop Stansel Park was included in that asset program back in 2019 or 2020.
So that's really good information. So the question was composite common in 2012? I know probably more cost prohibitive, but if we're supposed to manage capital at that park, then that's a question right there.
Okay, the redecking, we did a redecking back in, it was before 2012, to the best of my memory. But the reason why we use composite now rather than just replacing it with regular pressure-treated lumber, there's a couple reasons. One is the way that boardwalks and decks piers were amortized previously. When we had to repair a deck, it needed new treads on the deck, it was treated as a repair item. Unfortunately, wood doesn't last as long. The wood deck wasn't lasting as long as the actual structure. So it was considered a repair. With the composite decking, it increases the lifespan up into at least the life of the entire boardwalk, and it becomes a capital item. So that's one of the reasons. The other is safety. They're not as slippery. You don't have splinters, all of those other things. But we were getting so far behind in our maintenance of boardwalks because we were always having to replace decking boards. So while the cost is higher to put in the composite deck, it lasts 3-4 times as long. But at the time that we redecked, we were doing like for like in all of our boardwalks.
Okay, so Commissioner Eggers brought up 2019 that we put that park into our assets and that we are to do, but this is the park we're talking about. And it was that we would be responsible for capital. And if putting composite would make it a capital project, then why was that not our project?
Because maintenance is their responsibility. That's a difference. So it's how you classify this. Is it capital? In other words, you're building them a pier, or is it maintaining it, which is decking boards?
Okay.
And so it's not clear.
So it's like when we give away a right-of-way or an easement and they have to maintain it, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that agreement was signed, I think, in January 2021, actually. And as Commissioner Egger said, it was with a whole series of agreements that were updated. But then the issue becomes someone has to make the request, and then it has to be budgeted as a capital item. And that's probably why it wasn't at the time, because there wasn't a budget for that.
I got it. Okay. I get it. And now I understand where you're coming from. I do understand where you're coming from. I still would have preferred if she would have asked for it in her budget presentation, so it didn't come to us at a last minute to.
So if you split it, then that's a compromise. Is there 4 to do that?
Okay, well, so we're gonna look at, Chris Lavelle not here. Brian, what are your thoughts?
I'm open to continuing this discussion for sure. I mean, the fact that it's coming out of capital makes it a little easier, I think, to support that for sure. So I'm not saying no for sure. I'm not saying probably yes. I think I'd like to know a little more if there's some other projects maybe they have coming down that are there ways that we could participate in that perhaps. But I mean, I'm certainly open to continuing that discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Flowers, are you on the same page, just continuing the conversation?
Yes, definitely. I fully agree with what you were saying as it relates to how things should have been presented. But I also know that if we have put an investment into something, I truly understood what Commissioner Eggers was saying.
Yeah.
And, as commissioners too, I get that it would have been nice if Erica could have made the presentation because she's not shy.
Right.
But also, people come to us and they want us to advocate on their behalf. And I believe that's what Commissioner Eggers was doing, just trying to further advocate on their behalf to see about getting this built into the budget. So I do support his request because if it's an asset that we have, I think we should make sure that that asset remains and it's viable and safe for the community.
So for purpose of consensus, are you want to continue the
I'm
conversation?
going to continue the conversation, but I support you, Commissioner Eggers.
Oh, if you
Commissioner
support
Justice.
it, then we can resolve it.
Well, there's a couple things. We set precedent every day, and we have reimbursed capital projects for things people have already paid for. We did that in a significant amount with the city of Clearwater and some of their desires. My question would be, what's the balance of the MSTU fund? We carry over every year on that.
We do have sufficient funds. We also, though, have a boardwalk fund, and we just did the boardwalk out at Sawgrass Lake Park that came in under budget. So, so we can figure out the method.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in
policy
favor.
for you.
Write the check today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm okay with that. I mean, now that listening to Barry say that, I'm fine.
Yeah. And Dave, I wasn't there until you said the 2019 thing, because that is a different conversation. So at least at this point, you got 4 or 5.
So we'll do the 95,000.
Yeah.
Is that the consensus? And we'll target that out of the boardwalk fund. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a reimbursement we have, and that's fine. Okay. So we'll make that change and. Okay, I think that concludes all the items.
On the budget items, yes.
So next item.
Next item, Amanda's going to come up. It's about the lobbying ordinance, and I just want to appreciate all the work she's done. It's really just a technical cleanup to update the ordinance, and it will create more clarity for all the parties and streamline the internal process for both the Commission's office and the Clerk's office.
Thank you very much. Amanda Coffey, Managing Assistant County Attorney. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Our office has been working very closely with Ashley Overland and Darylyn Reevy from Clerk's Board Records to provide this updated lobbying ordinance proposal to you. As the Chair mentioned, the point of this is to streamline the lobbying ordinance, make sure that it's as efficient as possible, as transparent as possible, and to make it more convenient for both staff that has to administer this ordinance and for the lobbyists themselves. In conjunction with this proposal, we've provided the proposed ordinance language to you in your agenda item. In conjunction with that, we're also working with BTS to make this a paperless process, which will be more convenient for the lobbyists and everyone, and also provide more transparency and easier access to the commissioners yourselves to see who is a registered lobbyist currently. Just for some context, in 2023, we had 32 registered lobbyists. 2 are currently in suspended status because they have not submitted their notice of expenditures for 2023. And for 2024, we currently have 23 registered lobbyists. What my intent was to just very quickly go over what the changes are from the current lobbying ordinance to what we're proposing. And certainly feel free to ask me any questions as we go. The first primary change that we're recommending is a change in the timeline for registration and renewal and the filing of the expenditure reports that are required. Currently, the ordinance says that lobbyists have to register and re-register as applicable before January 1st of each year. That's caused some confusion among the lobbyists, so what we're proposing now is that when a lobbyist registers for the first time, whatever time of year they register, that will apply for the rest of the calendar year. And then going forward, every year in December, a lobbyist will have to re-register, make sure their information is up to date. And then we have, currently the lobbying ordinance says that you have to file your expenditure report by January 1st. And then it also says, but there are no penalties until February 1st hits. And if you're late in February 1st, then you get some penalties. So what we've decided to do is to just make this practical and create one deadline, and what we've selected is January 15th as the proposal. We're shortening that timeline a little bit just to streamline it, to make it more efficient. But in practical terms, this isn't going to significantly change the process for most lobbyists because that is the timeline that most lobbyists are working on. Another change, there's currently a grace period in the lobbying ordinance for 48 hours if someone reaches out and lobbies a commissioner without being registered, without completing a meeting log. And what we would like to do is to expand that to provide a one-time cure for a lobbyist who inadvertently lobbies before they're registered. They can cure once. When they realize that they've done that, they can go ahead and register. We've changed the timeline from 48 hours to by the end of the next 2 business days. So that would address intervening weekends, holidays, things like that. And then we would change the business days, the timeline for the cure of a meeting itself without filing that log of the meeting to 2 business days. We're taking out some language that required paper forms to be available in your reception area. We're going to try to make this all paperless, so we're going to remove that provision. And we're changing the term visitor log for the lobbyist meetings to notice of lobbying contact. It's just a little semantics, but if you think it does make a difference, it makes it a little bit more obvious what the point of that log is. Currently, penalties under the lobbying ordinance are very general. It basically says penalties can be provided as allowed in the rest of the code. We would like to make that a little bit more explicit. We're going to put out there that the first, after the cured option, if you haven't cured or if you lobby without registering a second time, there would be a $500 penalty. And then any other, we have a whole schedule of what fines would apply for various violations of the proposed act, with suspensions and information on how suspensions can be lifted. And then we've made just a few other changes. We've moved a few things around in the ordinance to make it flow a little bit more logically. But those are the basics. And I did provide a one-page handout that summarizes what the process would look like if this new lobbying ordinance was passed. We think it'll be just a little cleaner, a little easier for staff to administer, and we do think it will actually be more convenient for the lobbyists as well.
Any questions? Commissioner Justice.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. The definition of a lobbyist is still something that I think we struggle with at the local level. The state level is very clear. You register, you're a lobbyist. You don't register, you're not. But here it's a little bit more vague. And I think we have tons of people running around Pinellas County that under this ordinance are lobbyists that don't have a clue that they're lobbyists. And so how do we communicate with those folks that they think, well, I'm not paid to lobby anybody, but they are paid by an organization and they do advocate or encourage the passage of fee or modification of any item pending. And really, is it that word pending? I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but pending is, is it something that's actually pending, or is it something that we know is coming?
Right.
So those are the concerns. I hate for us to set up and I know this is not much of it, that part is not a change, but to where we potentially have the ability to penalize people who don't know that they're doing anything wrong.
Sure. Well, there are a couple answers to that. First is, and I actually should have raised this before, we are slightly amending the definitions section to clarify that lobbying, we're going to remove that pending language.
Okay.
And what we're going to say instead is lobbying means communicating with commissioners for the purpose of influencing or attempting to influence legislative or quasi-judicial action or non-action. And so it removes that pending language, so it really makes it more of a matter of intent. Under our current ordinance and under the new ordinance, there is going to be some degree of people have to self-report. However, when people are meeting with you, if somebody is meeting with you and you get the sense that they may be doing this for compensation, that would be an opportunity to, we could even provide handouts or something that you could hand over and say, sounds like you're lobbying. We have a lobbying ordinance, you need to go register. And that would give them that one-time cure.
And is there a registration fee to lobby?
No.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I think, we have those meetings every day of, we may bring forth a request for money, It happens on all the TDC projects.
Yep.
And I know those folks don't think, for some of these smaller organizations or nonprofits, they don't have a clue that they are now a professional lobbyist out there. So, yeah, I think if you could make up a small sheet, bright yellow, like a warning card that we could hand out to people in the middle of a conversation, you might be a lobbyist if, get some Jeff Foxworthy stuff going. I don't know. I just hate that we're putting folks who potentially in harm's way financially when they don't know they're doing anything wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I can work with staff on that. And to clarify, the lobbyist does not include someone who is communicating with you at a public meeting that's been noticed, and it also does not include municipal employees or elected officials. So,
Commissioner Eggers.
That was one of my questions, was the uncertainty of what a lobbyist is or who it is. And for the professional lobbyists, I think the fine is appropriate, because I can tell you when you have to file your when you file your corporate registration every year, I missed it one year, and I had all kinds of good arguments. It didn't matter. I still paid a $500, I think it was $400 or $500 fine or whatever. It happened one time. But I do think it's important to have an impactful number, especially for the professional ones. But to Commissioner Justice's point, there's a lot of innocence out there, and I just want to make sure that we're protecting those folks, because that's not what we're not trying to go, that's not who we're really super concerned about.
and that's what we thought, that the cure period, that is a new provision. We thought that would address that specific issue for sure. And also, we did think that putting the specific fine amounts in the ordinance itself would be helpful for consistency. Everybody knows if you violate number 2, this is what you're going to get, and that way it takes some of the subjectivity out of it.
Well, I think you know, that throwing that yellow flag and knowing when to throw the yellow flag and remembering to throw the yellow flag so that we can, you know, warn these folks, like, it's no big deal. Here's the form, fill it out, you're done. I might remember that a week later, and then that's past their little time frame. So I just want to make sure that we have, because they certainly do not know, period. And that's not who we're trying to hurt or correct actions on.
Commissioner Long. Oh, I thought you did. Jewel.
Just one thing, I just noticed sitting here looking at this item, we did not get the ordinance attached. It looks like an incorrect document got attached to this. We can certainly email it out to all of you. And what we would just be looking for is consensus. If you all wish to move forward, we would go ahead and advertise this and bring it back at a public hearing. But we'll send that ordinance out later this afternoon to each of you.
Yeah, I do notice it's an interlocal agreement.
Yes, it
and
is
it's
not
the
the
wrong
correct.
one. Wrong one.
That one's taken care of.
Okay, and I do know that we can put lobby information on that website. We could put a link that helps describe it a little better for clarity. So, so I guess it's if you direct it. So we're going to take this up at another time when we have the ordinance, you said?
If it's the consensus to move forward, again, I think Amanda has described pretty well. These are some, these are pretty minor changes, really, just to try to help improve the process for the lobbyists, for your staff, et cetera. I will just say by way of background, it was the Charter Review Commission in 2010 that recommended some changes to your lobbying ordinance, which is why there's online, but also why you might each see notifications of what your colleagues are doing. That was a recommendation that came from a Charter Review once upon a time. But yeah, if there's consensus, we can coordinate with Barry and his staff as to agendas. And we wouldn't bring it back in September. You guys are doing, budget hearings, but find an appropriate time to bring this back for a public hearing.
Okay, do we have consensus on the technical changes? I'm seeing nodding. Dave?
I'm still wrestling with that small letter L versus the big letter L lobby. I know we didn't separate it out, but I have no issues with the lobbyists that are paid lobbyists. I'm just still struggling with that other piece and how we make sure we're not, hurting people that A, don't know, and B, we forget to tell them. I forget to throw the yellow flag and say, oh, hey, or, so I just want to make sure that we have some leeway in non-paid lobbyists, that we have, again, that's just maybe, I'm not trying to overcomplicate it, but they are substantially different.
And regardless of whether you all are aware, I suspect you largely may be, I field a lot of calls from your aides when they're getting requests for meetings to be put on your calendars as to whether is this person a lobbyist, would they be under our ordinance, do we need to tell them to register? So we do field quite a number of calls from your aides trying to help navigate the process. So I know that people are asking, or at least your aides are thinking about it when they're scheduling meetings for you. So that is something that is going on routinely.
Yeah, we're very thankful for our aides that keep an eye out for us.
So I'm still looking for consensus. Are we okay with this? Yes. We have consensus to move forward on the technical changes. Okay, I do believe we are going to agenda review.
All right, ready? We'll fly through this. We got National Water Quality Month proclamations. Items 3 through 12 are consent items. We've got different reports. Item number 8 is, this is kind of like the job order contracting that utilities uses for all kinds of different work. This is, replaces the previous contract with all-around maintenance and rehab. Item number 9 is award of bid to David Nelson. This is an American Rescue Plan project for 46th Avenue North. You can see the type of work that's being done, $6.3 million, or $6.4 million. $1.2 million of that is a project agreement with the city of St. Petersburg. Item 10 is TLC Diversified for done off-site reclaimed pump station improvements. This was a rebid, $13.8 million. Big project. Item number 12 is from BTS. This is ranking of firms with Ignite Group for Human Services, Focused Case Management Integration. It's American Rescue Plan. Okay, so this is our Human Services Replacement Project. This is taking their antiquated system and putting in a modern system. So this has patient information and everything. So Obviously, this is one of our risk areas, and we're using the American Rescue Plan to be able to replace that system. Item number 13 is a capital funding agreement with the Dolly Museum. So you approved this. We're now bringing it back for your approval after we've negotiated the terms. Again, the staff recommendation is the original amount of $25.1 million. I do believe they're going to revisit the request for you to fund the 34, but staff recommendation still stands, from our recommendation. Item 14 is 2025 elite event funding requests from the TDC. So they have 21 elite events totaling $1.6 million. They also have 3 additional elite events that is contingent funding based upon marketing requirements. Item 25 is Palm Harbor. This is an MSTU for library shelving. Item 16 is affordable housing. This is Cypress Grove Apartments by Archway Partners. This is in Largo. 84 multifamily units serving people 80% or below area median income, and they've got a breakdown within your packet. It's got a variety of funding source for it. The county's portion is just over $5 million. And 3.3 of that is our federal home grant dollars. Item 17 is affordable housing program for flats on 4th apartments. Again, Archway Partners. This is in St. Petersburg, 80 multifamily units. That is for seniors, 72 units, restricted households at 60% or below area median income, and 8 at 50%. So hard to serve populations.
Just a quick question. And I know you take the project as it comes, but this seems like a little bit of an isolated location for low-income senior project. Is that something that we take into account at all when we're evaluating these projects as far as transportation, especially for a targeted population?
I didn't see Bruce behind me, and I'm glad he's there, because
I saw Bruce.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bruce Bussey, Community Development Manager. I like your point about we take the projects as they come in terms of site availability, what developers bring to us, what they've been able to find, where they've got the capability to build on. And so that's a key component. But we do look at so many factors. One of those are location. This project is located next to another apartment community. It's near the Gandy Boulevard. Is it perfect? Maybe not, but it is kind of a smaller project in terms of scale. It's 80 units, so it's, we're not looking at a 200-unit, 400-unit complex. There will be some accommodations because it is a senior project in terms of elevators, those kind of things that will be raised above the floodplain in concerns with evacuation concerns. So we certainly look at a lot of the site. This project is located in St. Petersburg, so their land development code sort of dictates some of the construction requirements.
Yeah, it's not so much, and all of that is important. It's more so like I just compare it to the Bear Creek, which is getting ready to open next month in the heart of a community, access to buses, not far from hospitals, groceries, all those things. It just, compared to this, especially, again, for the population we're talking about. But I understand where we're at.
Item number 18.
One question.
Madam Chair, I have a question on that item.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Brian.
Let me start with Brian. Go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. So this says recommended the county amounts $2.9 million penny for Pinellas funding for land acquisition costs. So is this going into a land bank or trust or what?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question. The funds that we're recommending to use are penny for Pinellas dollars, but we'd be using those to acquire the land, and that land would be conveyed into a land trust where the county would be the beneficial owner. And so basically what that means is long-term permanent affordability. The Housing Finance Authority, under an interlocal agreement, manages those properties for us. And so it basically means that we would buy the land and be able to preserve that in perpetuity for affordable housing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
So just one question. If you've got 2 candidates that are coming and there's criteria, income criteria for this, right? I mean,
Yeah, there are income restrictions based on funding sources.
Okay. So somebody comes to you, and they're, month to month, they have, their income is low enough to qualify. And another candidate comes to you and the same thing, but they have all kinds of assets. So, seniors tend to get that. Does it differentiate those two kinds of seniors that come?
It certainly does. We could probably do a whole work session on income qualifications. It's a pretty challenging arena, but yes, assets are certainly taken into consideration. And again, these are rental housing units, and so they have to be the primary occupancy. So we certainly wouldn't be renting to somebody who owns a $4 million home in another state or anything like that.
Understand. Thank you.
Any other question? No. Okay. Barry?
Item 18 is agreement with Pinellas County and Lelman Special Fire Rescue District for the purchase of water rescue equipment for the Tierra Verde Fire District that they oversee, provides funding, maximum funding of $100,000. The next two items, so these are all with our manufactured, so actually next four items. These are all where we're taking over the sewage systems for our manufactured homes communities. What we saw with our recent storm, this is exactly why we're trying to put money into taking these over and having tight systems rather than these systems that are not properly maintained, and so they're sending straight rainwater in many cases into our pipes, causing us to have to overflow. So this one is package number one. So it's agreements with these communities, so the Boca Ciega Residents Association and Holiday Shores Park. So this is package number one. So this is the community agreements. And then item number 20 is the award of the bid for those communities. And again, you can see that for this piece, for those two communities, it's a little over it's $18.8 million. Again, we're using the American Rescue Plan dollars to be able to accomplish this, and this will significantly help our overall, environmental protection.
Mr. Eggers.
Yeah, so just, okay, I know we've talked about it, I'm just not remembering, but these are funds that we're putting, they're kind of infrastructure funds that we're putting into property.
Commissioner, could you talk in the microphone, because I know they can't hear you.
Sorry. They're infrastructure funds that we're putting onto private property.
Correct.
To aid our own system. But this is a wholly owned property that could be sold at some time, correct? I'm just trying to make sure how permanent these expenditure of dollars might be at risk.
I'm looking back to Nori and to Jill to be able to answer that. I understand where you're going. The question is, so we're going to put this money, and this is going to be a system that connects up these, and to where it's our system now. Okay, it used to be their system. Now it's going to be our system. And so the question is, could it be flipped to another type of use?
So this is actually Nori's brainchild, so I'll be brief. But Jill Silverboard, County Admin. I think the first point to remember is that these are one-time dollars. These are not ratepayer dollars. So we're not using our water and sewer dollars, which y'all know because it's ARPA. The second thing is that we're going to own this infrastructure. So Nori can clarify, but we're going to have easements for every bit of infrastructure we place. So should the property ever change use, then we still own that infrastructure and would be a part of any redevelopment that would ever be proposed. That said, we also not only rank the properties, as the county administrator said, relative to sanitary sewer overflows. We looked hard at these properties that are well-kept, maintained. We're working with homeowners associations or community associations relative to these projects so that we're able to preserve, quite frankly, the affordability that those communities represent to their current residents and hopefully into the future.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we're doing is perfect. I mean, I think I just want to make sure that we're not spending money. It's our money, but it comes from a different pocket. And I just want to make sure that we're not spending it on areas that could go away without being compensated
Yeah.
for a change. I mean, a lot of money going into their infrastructure, and they come along and they want to put I don't know, some other commercial use. It
Yep.
doesn't use any of that stuff, goes through those easements, goes through our property. Is there an avenue for us to get reimbursed those funds?
We can't, we haven't used these agreements to bind a future owner, but it binds the current owners as they are currently configured. Some of those are association, there's different ownership models for these parks, but from the perspective of the present owner and the present use, yeah, we're getting permanent easements. We're going to own it. So they can't sell part of our sewer system, right? So if the future use were to be different, then they have to play. I don't know that they'll have to reimburse us, and it would depend. I mean, if it's next year, then yeah, we might have an argument to make, right? Like but the federal monies, federal monies already limit, what can be, how long these have to remain to the public benefit.
So they have to remain in the current use for some period of time? Is that a land restriction? Is it recorded?
I'm going to let Nori answer that.
I think
it's an
Commissioner Eggers
ARPA
asked this
restriction.
before.
I think it's that it's federal dollars.
Yeah, it is a ARPA federal restriction, so they need to remain on their current use. To Joe's point, what we have done with these community agreements that you guys have in front of you today for consideration and approval next Tuesday is two things. We are getting the permanent easements. That means that once that we put our infrastructure, we will own that. So any future changes will have to come first to us. So that is one protection. And with the reimbursement part, yes, there is language included also in the agreements that if for whatever reason they decide, which I don't think no one will do this, but relocate, move our pipes, whatever it is, they're not allowed because we're going to be owning that easement, but they will be subject and we will have to take legal action for that current owner to get that money.
And any reversion to a private use, I think is where you're going, Commissioner, that because it's federal grant funds, then we could probably safely request a reimbursement in that instance. I had to think that through a little more.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay, go ahead, Jerry.
Item 21 and 22 are the same thing with package 2, and this is for Lake Seminole Estates and Oasis homeowners. And Midway, AM, and CAM homeowners. So again, there's going to be a third package of these that'll complete the $35 million that we have, but you have two before you're here today. These are big. These are big of the 13 communities that were identified. Item 23 is a Resilient Florida Grant Program application with Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the Gulf Beach Water Booster Station improvement. This would provide funding for addressing flooding and sea level rise impacts. And again, the county's requesting $8 million with a 50% match. Item 24 is Resilient Florida Grant Program application for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is for additional manufactured home communities wastewater collection system improvements. So requesting additional funding in the amount of $23 million. And again, this would allow us to address more areas within unincorporated Pinellas County and in the city of Largo. Item 25 is a termination of agreement with Strutt Mechanical. They are just simply unable to provide the volume of work that we need under the contract. Item 26 is a resolution approving issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds for Citrus Grove Apartments. Amount not to exceed $22 million. This is conduit financing. It does not put any fiscal impact on the county.
Commissioner Flowers.
Can we have just a small presentation? I know it doesn't put any financial issues on us, but Citrus Grove, which used to be Bethel Heights some years ago, on 16th Street in St. Pete. It's changed ownership a couple of times. And each time it's changed ownership, it's like they do a little bit, enough to get by, and then there are a ton of issues and concerns. So if it's possible, I'd like just to have a very brief presentation.
Hopefully on Tuesday, because Bruce left.
Okay, well, yeah, and I was waiting until we got to this one, but if someone could share with him, if we could have a brief presentation about what this bonding issue will do.
Yeah, that's right.
Please.
It's not Bruce.
Thank you.
Okay, so Tom, you'll be ready to answer these on Tuesday?
Okay.
You'll have staff
Thank you.
available?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
And do you want him to reach out to you directly too, as well? Okay,
Well, it's actually through the Housing Finance, but yes.
okay.
Okay. Item 27, this is an agreement with United Healthcare and the termination of agreement with Cigna. So this is a big one. This is we've been talking about this for some time, and so we're making a recommendation that we transition back to United Healthcare.
Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Flowers.
If you will please indulge me, and I'm gonna give you the short version.
Thank you.
I will say I had just recently a very bad experience with Cigna. Did I talk to you about it?
I don't remember. There's
Okay.
been a lot of complaints.
I know.
Join the club.
Short version, I got COVID at FAC.
Oh, this is more recent now.
I did the MedLive doc thing over the phone. The intake person kept asking me to spell, how do you spell St. Petersburg? How do you spell Walgreens? How do you, and I was taking into account that I wasn't feeling well, so I was trying to be very patient. She tried to tell me that the pharmacy that I always use never existed, which was Walgreens on 34th and Central. She asked me what I was allergic to. I told her. After we went on for about 15, 20 minutes of a back and forth, I hung up because I just couldn't take it anymore. She did call me back. She apologized, but asked if there was another pharmacy, tried to send me to a pharmacy out on Gandy. I tried to explain to her that, I got COVID, I can't leave the house. Well, I could leave the house, but I wasn't gonna leave the house. I finally was able to get an appointment with a physician over MedLive. He came on, he chatted, da-da-da-da. He asked me what I was allergic to. I told him. He gave me, and I'm highly allergic to sulfur. He gave me 2 prescriptions. We finally settled on CVS on 58th Street and Central, and I was able to get my daughter to go by and pick those prescriptions up for me. My prescription should have been covered under my prescription program, but for whatever reason, they tried to say it wasn't, so they charged me for the prescription. I just wanted to feel better. He ended up giving me an inhaler that had sulfate, it was at the top of it, in it. And when he asked me what happens when I, get a sulfur product, I said, my tongue swells, my throat closes off, my eyes swell, and I break out in blotches all over. He prescribed me a sulfate. I'm thankful that when my daughter brought it to the house and left it in my mailbox and I went to get it, I opened it up and read rather than just opening the package and take it. So I was very upset because if I had inhaled that and I was home by myself, there's no guarantee I would have been able to call for help. The second prescription he gave me that was supposed to help with, because he could hear me, I couldn't even say 2 words without coughing emphatically. The other prescription he prescribed me that was supposed to be for my cough ended up being for ringworm. I found that out because the pharmacist from CVS called and said, I'm not gonna fill this. We've been trying to get a hold of the doctor. He won't call us back. So I tried calling. That was July 2nd. To today's date, I never received a phone call back. I never received an email or anything. I emailed the address that was on the MedLive printout that I did to verify my visit. I called Darlena and asked her to have somebody from our HR department that handles our insurance to call me so that maybe if they call, maybe I get something. They did try. Our staff was wonderful. Thank you. No return phone call. I received a call on Tuesday from Ms. Saunders, from Cigna. And I expressed to her, I told her the whole story. Y'all getting the short version. I told her the long version. She was apologetic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She did tell me that they would be escalating it to their legal department because that man prescribed me something that could have killed me. I could have gone to an attorney and just really been not nice about it, but I didn't. She has been in contact with me twice since Tuesday. But I did share with her, I said, what if I was someone who just didn't read? What if I was someone who just took that medication? Right. What if I was an employee and not the county commissioner? Would you all have ever called me back? So I was hot. And I told her that. And I'm sharing this with you guys. It's all of my medical stuff, but I'm sharing that because I told her. I said, I'm sharing this with my colleagues because this is unacceptable. And if you treated me that way, how have you treated other employees who've had issues and or concerns? And I said, ma'am, I worked in the healthcare field. This happened July 2nd. Here it is, a whole nother month, almost 30, well, more than 30 days. And I'm just now getting a call. She did say she was out on PTO or whatever. You were out on, not PTO, she was out on vacation. You were out for 30 days and there was no one else that handled your business. So in other words, the world stopped at Cigna because she was out. So I will say that now they are being super, super communicative because it is a medical legal issue because that man prescribed me something that could have killed me. And then give me medication for ringworm. I don't know how you get that. So I'm gonna stop talking because
So
I
you're
told her,
supportive of this?
Huh?
You support this?
Yeah, I'm just sharing this and I'm saying it publicly because you know, people need to be accountable. And apologies are good, but if I was on my floor, unable to breathe or call for help, that would be no excuse. And I'm not saying that would have happened. I'm just saying that's what happens to me when I take sulfur. So I'm pretty hot. And also hot with CVS because when they got the prescription, it was on there clear as day. And I printed out the forms from my MedLive interaction. It has on there. So for CVS to give me something that they shouldn't have prescribed, but you called me to tell me that you weren't doing the second medication because it was for ringworm, I'm upset with them too. So anyway, I'm just sharing with y'all my experience, and we may have had other experiences. Now, I will say this as well. I've not had good interaction with United Healthcare when I worked at Gulf Coast either, so I'm going to be praying that they are better. I know they were second in line. They were like the second choice or whatever. I'm going to pray that they would be better. But I did tell Cigna I was going to share this with you all because it really took me to another level. And like I said, I know I was ill. I had a fever for 3 days straight before it even broke. So I took into account, you know, I'm not feeling well. Maybe I'm just sensitive. But I think that 30 days is more than enough time is way more than enough time for an individual to have a service and pay for that insurance and for our county to pay whatever we're paying for it to have such a bad experience. It could have literally taken me off of the face of the earth. Some people may have been happy about that, but not my family.
So we've had, and I'm sorry, but we've had stories not like this, but many stories for the last several years. And so we bid this out when the recommendation, which it was an employee-based committee that made the recommendation, when they said they were recommending we switch, I cringed, you know, because anytime you switch healthcare systems, there's pain involved in that, and we expected some of that. The problem is 3 years later, the pain never went away, you know, and the quality of response and the people that are covered having to fight for benefits that are rightfully part of their benefit plan just didn't go away. And at a certain point, you know, you lose faith. And so we've lost faith at that point, and we decided it was time to make this recommendation to transition. You saw a contract a few months back that where we switched the broker, you know, because for all the different things, there was also a cost side. And the broker had all kinds of reasons why it is what it is, with very little detail of you're helping us manage this plan and helping control our cost. And in fact, we took a shot in the dark and we did not budget. If you were to recall last year, we would have had to cut positions, things that are needed to budget for the recommended amount from our broker about what we should be setting aside for healthcare. And we said, no, we have sufficient reserves in the healthcare fund, so we're gonna see if that's a spike or is that a new normal. And guess what? I put in like $10 million that come in at like 12 million. They were asking for 30 million. And so we were a lot more right than we were wrong. And so we made that change, and this is the second piece to this. This allows us to have this up and running before open enrollment, which is coming up here due, and that's the reason for the timing. So it's a consensus of not just me, but the all appointing authorities, all 11 appointing authorities, and our staff to be able to go back and make this change. I'm under no illusion that there's not going to be pain and issues involved. The question is, how do they resolve it? And hopefully we won't be 3 years trying to deal with those same issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Flowers, I have an attorney that I would recommend for you should you choose that path. The questions I had were, to be honest, different jobs that I've had over the years, been with Blue Cross, Humana, Cigna, Aetna, United, and had good and bad with all of them, quite frankly. And, Cigna has been incredible for us. I can tell you they've been responsive.
Yeah.
Some of the employee benefit stuff my family uses, and it's been I don't want to say life-changing, but it's been a little bit life-changing. So I've got nothing but good things to say about Cigna and the relationship we've had. But I understand the global picture. The question I had was that when we went out, this was 3 or 4 years ago, is there a time frame of when we have to go out for a full new bid, or I mean, how can we just switch to pick a company, United?
Because, well, the reason is because they were the second lowest bidder on the existing contract. So had we not gone to the second lowest bidder, then we would have had to go back out for another RFP. That would have taken a multi-year process to do that.
And that's, yeah, I'm not looking to, I was just curious about the timing of how many years.
Experience and it was legally defensible. And so that's the reason we made the recommendation.
So is there like a year, like 3 years, 5 years? I mean, if it was a 5-year contract, we can go back any time in that 5 years to the number 2 bidder?
No, there's nothing really, there's no legal kind of any law or any other policy out there connected to this. It's really by virtue of your purchasing ordinance. And typically these are fairly long-term contracts just because of the nature of what it is. So a lot of that is really just dictated by the contract that you enter into. But then also under your purchasing ordinance, you have some flexibility there, but we're within, I think, the original contract period of the contract with Cigna. So it's still pretty new.
Right, it's, I think 2021 or something
like that. I think it was 3 years, yeah.
I didn't know what the process was to go out for a whole, if you could just go back on. And then, the only other thing that popped up was, is UMR, is that, I just hadn't heard UMR before. Is that part of United, or I just wasn't?
My understanding, good question. I really didn't look at it. I saw UMR, a United Healthcare company, so.
I just, I see someone standing up.
Chris may know. I don't.
Just, before it was always just United Healthcare.
This is the third-party administrator, so this is just a piece of the whole contract.
Oh, yeah,
so it's
okay.
a subsidiary.
Right. That's right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Eggers, at the risk of people getting really hangry. Just hangry, yes. So
Hangry.
just,
You mean colleagues?
yes. So go ahead.
All right, well, then I'll save this for Tuesday, but just trying to understand the difference between places that are self-insured versus insurance companies that take their money, because this is going to involve a lot. I've specifically kind of thought about this and have asked people like that I use, and they can't stand United Healthcare. So I just want to make sure I understand that subtle difference between being self-insured and then them watching our money to process it versus getting an insurance policy with them, and then they have, is there a different way that people look at it?
Well, so either way, we're self-insured. So under Cigna, we're self-insured. Under United, we're self-insured. Right. So what we're buying is we're buying their deep discounts. We're buying their doctor groups, and we're buying those pre-negotiated rates. That's what we're buying. And then we're paying the actual bill. You know, that's the reason this is $3 million, not $50 million or whatever it is.
So it's that network of doctors that they have.
Correct.
That we're buying, and if the people that we use don't have them, then everybody will be switching. That's the pain you're talking about.
That's the, yes,
Yeah,
and,
which-
and the way they process claims and stuff, that's been the hard part about, and you're exactly right, you know, Commissioner Justice has no issues, and we've seen that. And then we go around the table, and this person had 5 different experiences really bad, and this person said, oh my God, they were great, you know, and so, you know, 97% when we switched the last time, 97% were the same doctors. I said, well, then I'm just not going to play the lottery because my daughter and my wife's, both of their doctors weren't in there, you know, so they had to switch. So, you know, it's you're going to have issues like that. So, but it was a consensus. Our employees as a whole said it's time to change. So, okay. County Attorney.
Under item 29, this is a request to file suit on a special magistrate lien. So this is a foreclosure arising out of a code enforcement action. Under 29, this is a request that you get every year, which will allow the extension of the tax rolls so that they can be delivered to the tax collector so that tax bills can be mailed prior to the conclusion of the Value Adjustment Board proceedings. And then under item number 30, I do want to alert you. We were alerted to it looks like a class action that the county may have an interest in, and then we have been deemed as somebody that can file a claim. This is not something I would normally bring to you for action, but with just the consensus of you all here today, we are going to go try to recover some money. It relates to the service charges on credit cards. So as long as everybody has consensus, I would assume for me to go try to get some money for the county, we're going to go ahead and do that.
Are we seeing nodding heads for the attorney? Yes, yes,
Yep.
yes, yes, yes,
Yes.
yes. Okay.
And
you
that's
got
all
it.
I have.
Item 31, so my county administrator report will consist of us having our emergency management staff in to thank them for their work and highlight, I want Kathy to provide an update on our storm response and also talk about preparations. It's going to be a busy season, so let's use this time to remind people to be prepared. And so we're going to combine all three under my county administrator's report. Okay. 32 is appointment to Public Library Cooperative. Then appointments to Medical Services Medical Control Board, Housing Finance Authority, Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. Questions on those? On public hearings, you got a countywide map amendment from office employment and target employment to employment and target employment. I don't know the difference, but there supposedly is. This is a split designation on a piece of property, and they want to make it consistent, be able to construct a gas station. It's unanimously recommended. At 38, map amendment from an industrial activity center and target employment to industrial. This is the 58 acres that's generally known as the Warehouse Arts District down in St. Petersburg. Item 39 is a request from a zoning change from institutional wellhead protection overlay to residential agricultural wellhead overlay in East Lake Tarpon. This is so a person can construct 4 individual single-family lots. It currently is limited to private school use. Item 40 is a request of commission, an ordinance that's related to homestead exemption for persons 65 and older. It's currently an exemption at $25,000. This is to increase it to $50,000 for persons 65 and older beginning in 2025. Next is resolution authorizing an interloan fund. We presented to you some alternative rates to increase the assessment down in Lellman, but we phased that in over several years rather than jumping it up. So this is the solid waste fund loaning that assessment money until the rates catch up and they pay it back. Item 42 is this is a TEFRA hearing, and this is for Bay Care. So they're borrowing, they're looking at a total of $1.9 billion. However, they're requesting the host community issuance, $659,000 bond finance for capital projects, in this area. Again, this is has no responsibility to us. We're simply the granting approval, and so it has no fiscal impact on the county. And then the next is TEFRA for National University of Health Sciences, a not-for-profit. This one's for $5 million. That's it.
Anybody else have any questions or comments for discussion? Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this item is going to be coming before us at a later date. I'm sure you all also received a call, which were updates from Brian Lowak regarding entities making a request for support for the funding for their programs through the tourist development tax dollars. My voice is about to go. But I would like to have a discussion as it relates to the Woodson Museum and its request for funding through that entity. I did have a long conversation with Brian Lowak, and I think that when you look at a museum that really isn't, right now, it's not a museum, unfortunately, because of the space that it's in, so it doesn't have the acumen that's needed for an environmental protective cases, for hosting artifacts and things of that nature, but moving into a larger edifice in the very near future. I think that there are some extenuating circumstances on the request for 25,000 to be the threshold, 25,000 bed nights versus what they were able to provide strong support for, which was about 20,000 bed nights. So I'd like for us to consider that for discussion at a meeting so that we can kind of talk about that, because I do think there are extenuating circumstances.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. Have a great rest of your day.